I guess now you wish every day was your birthday. This is a pretty good way to celebrate your birthday, pal.
It's like 3 times I've done it on my birthday. I've won.
Well, that's cool, right?
Yeah, it is.
You've been around here for a long time, man. You've seen a lot of things change. A lot of things been different around here at New Egypt. But you've always been a mainstay. You've always made New Egypt Speedway your home. Tonight we got a little bit of rain. Track got a little bit different, but you got fast, man. You got it done.
Yeah, we've been working on it hard all year. I mean, it's been 2 years of getting beat on by a lot of guys, and straight division stuff. It's really hard trying to find speed out of these cars with these engines. But we're working on it, and we're catching up. And listen, we had some good starting spots, so I'll take it, though. But sometimes I'll take luck.
What about the kids in this division? Them young guns or something?
Without them, I'd never retire. That's why that's the future. They are the future. These kids are really, really good. They race clean. They stay out of trouble. And as far as I can tell, I mean, I have no issues with any of them as of, right now. They all are good kids. The sport's in good hands that way. It really is, especially New Egypt Speedway. He's got enough young guns, I think, to come up and push the older guys. And the old guys are still not giving up yet. We said that's cozy. We said guys.
Absolutely not. I mean, guys like you.
We're not done yet.
Guys like you are the reason why guys like them come up and get into the sport. And we need guys like you to show the young guns the way to do things, like Steve Davis and other guys like that. Steve's helped a lot of people get to victory lane.
Without Steve Davis, I'll be honest, I would not be here tonight. He took me out there last week, sat down with me for almost 40 minutes and showed me a line on this track that I never knew existed after 17 years, and I knocked off 2/10 just by listening to him. So there is speed in the driver as well as the car, and without Steve, there's no way I would have won tonight. I did exactly what he said. I'm glad he got to watch me because I think I made him proud. But like I said, he's one of the best here.
Oh, absolutely. Well, congratulations, bud. Happy birthday. I appreciate it.
Good to see all you guys back.
All right, brother. Thanks.
And good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming to the New Egypt Speedway on this beautiful Mother's Day weekend. For the first time in 2025, we can happily tell you folks you are at a race with 0% chance of rain tonight. And what a great night of racing we have on tap for you folks in here. If you like the sprint cars, yes, if you are a sprint car fan, double the pleasure, double the fun. Wing on, wing off, it doesn't matter. We've got a ton of sprint cars in the pit area featuring the Mid-Atlantic sprint cars, the 305s, and the Northeast wingless sprint cars. We call them the News here. And they have much improved in the numbers over last week. And I count right here at New Egypt. For you folks at home joining us live on YouTube, we've got exciting features for you. Spliced in throughout the live action you'll be watching at home, you will see highlights of the racing during our intermission, during extended caution flags. Dare I say, if we have any reds and we have some cleanup time, we will keep you entertained at home on YouTube for our free live stream, showing highlights and special features done by Nikki Leach throughout the week. A lot of great content being posted on the New Egypt Speedway YouTube page. Again, that is free for you folks to watch at home, free. Live streaming here is something new we're trying in 2025. Again, for you folks tuning in at home, you just watched a segment with the birthday boy, Pat Wall, who was our Great Sportsman feature winner last week in an exciting race. Brownie and I were talking. We pretty much decided that was the best sportsman feature in the last decade here at the Speedway. It is ladies' night. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms coming in. If you are our first arrivals, we do have flowers. Thanks from the Good Earth Nursery and Garden Center. They're located up the road in Cream Ridge. They are a full-service garden center providing all growing essentials and plants less than 10 minutes up from the Speedway, located along Route 539. A couple of our first cars on the track. We've got 4 cylinders and some of our wingless sprint cars. A couple of new faces in the wingless sprint cars this year and some returning favorites. If you are a Rich Miller fan, guess who's back tonight? Rich Miller. He's been talking about getting this car ready in the last year. It's finally making its debut. Brand new car. Rich Miller, every time he shows up with a sprint car, always a threat to win the wingless sprint car division. We've got a nice contingency of folks down from New York. We've got our Massachusetts driver, Mick D'Agostino, back with us in the pits from the Boston suburbs. And, of course, our modified division, Johnny Bangs in the 323. Bang, bang, bang in the Valco Wheels 323. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97. 4-cylinder. There's Mick D'Agostino, I believe, making his way through turns 3 and 4. Next to Dale Mull, one of our 4-cylinder competitors. The 4 cylinders ran once this year, way back in March. The last Saturday in March was our Super Dirt Series race, and the 4 cylinders were on the card. The wingless sprint cars raced last week. Shea Wills picking up the win in the wingless sprint cars. Heidi Hedden, a popular driver in the 3H, making her way down into turn number 1. Heidi Hedden, always a threat to win in the wingless sprint cars here. I believe we're going to leave the sprint cars out and send the 4 cylinders down to the infield. Still more, I saw about 12 or 13 wingless sprint cars in the pits, so still quite a few more cars ready to come out. Ronnie Pavey is back this week, his second week in a sprint car. You'll see him in the white number 83. He raced street stocks the last couple of seasons, and he's trying his hand at a wingless sprint car, talking about going from one extreme to the next. He said on Facebook he's got some things to work out with the car, but all in all, he had a blast last week taking that sprint car for its inaugural run. The street stocks and sportsmen are off tonight, but they will be back next week. Ronnie Pavia making his way to the track in car number 83. I believe that's him going past the turn 3 exit. So like I said, we picked up a couple of extra wingless sprint cars this week in a great field of 305s, the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, the Mass 305s, about 24, 25 of them. Joey Cada back with us in the wingless cars from New York. So we're going to turn them loose for a couple of hot laps. And our first green flag of the night will fall on the warm-ups for the sprint cars. White flag comes out. One more lap for our hot lap session for the wingless sprint cars. The checker flag will come out this time by signaling the end of our first hot lap session of the evening. The wingless sprint cars will head back, and they're going to come back out for their heat races. They're first up on the card tonight, and I believe up next will be the winged sprint cars from the 305s. And we believe the Mid-Atlantic 305 sprint cars will be pushed out next. And alongside of me in the tower, Pistol Pete Wortman, a big winged sprint car fan. And Pete will tell you all about the 305s coming back tonight.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim, and always great to be here. What a nice night Mother Nature has given us. We were owed. We want to wish all the moms out there happy Mother's Day weekend. Not just a day, it's a weekend. A solid field of the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series 305 sprint cars are here. And Rich Meller out for the first time this year, former three-time champion here in the News Wingless Sprint Cars. And he will get a lap or two in. This is a brand new car he was building. Saw it online this week that it was ready to go for his first time out in quite a while, about a year, at least a half a year to a year. Green coming out for Meller. Checkered flag coming out for Rich Meller. Meller, our all-time leading feature winner with career wins. He has 25 career wins here. Four cylinders pulling out here. Jim, these four cylinders have been a very competitive group for several years here, and we got a big field here tonight. 19 of the four cylinders already signed in.
Piling in back there, saw a lot of new faces in the four cylinders out there. A couple of familiar faces in the X09. We know that as Mr. Bobby Drayton. And his son is out there as well in the 409. 19-year-old Southampton Rowan University freshman Bobby Drayton IV. Car number 11 is Ryan Mayer out of Neptune in the Sal's Car Care number 11. You can't miss that car coming down the front stretch. That would glow in the dark.
Former rookie champion.
Yeah, former rookie champion. There's Kelly Fleming in the 44. She's out of Upper Black Eddy, sponsored by Campbell Electric. Dale Mull also out there in the number 6. That's the Allen Oil and Propane Rob's tree service machine out of Chatsworth. Penny Dunn out there in the 51P. Yeah, they're almost identical cars, Penny and Robbie Dunn. Mike Fox is here in the Scarpatti's 30J. We've got the whole Hamilton clan is here. Joe Gary Sr., Joe Gary Jr., and Mike Fox. You'll see them out a little bit later on. And another good field of modifieds, too, Pete was saying up here in the tower. So good, strong fields of a lot of our divisions here for our second weekly show of the season. Nick Leach down there in the golf cart. You can check out what he does on our Facebook Live. He will interview all the heat race winners. And then really cool this year, Nicky's doing a lot of special features for our YouTube page, really building the content. He's got some great features on the New Egypt Speedway YouTube, and they post them throughout the week. So he's here working his tail off in the pits with all these interviews. And then we have this great content as the 305 start to roll on the Tri-Oval. Pete Wortman, you've got the lineup and list of who's who, the stars and cars of the Mid-Atlantic 305s.
All right, Mass 305 sprint car is pushing away. First car down the front straightaway. Former winner here in the Carber's Lawn Care number 8C. That is Brian Carber. Brian Carber, fourth on our all-time win list, and he was the winner here in August of last year. I believe he won here twice. And he has 6 career wins in that 8C. Right behind him in the number 51. That is Shelby Kelly. Shelby Kelly in the 51. The 70 on the front straightaway here is Eddie Wagner. Tim Tanner is in the 18 TNT back with us here tonight. The 19T is DJ Tanner, his son, right on the inside of him there, going into turn number 1. There's Shelby Kelly on the front straightaway. The 27K is Jeremy Cornbaugh. I believe it's his first time here. On the front straightaway, Rick Steef back with us in the 9S. Rick always fast here at New Egypt. And the 56, I believe that is Andrew Turpin. Andrew Turpin in the 56T. The champion the last couple of years, that is the 35 of Buddy Schweibens. Schweibens, keep your eye on him. Schweibens already with 5 career wins here since 2022. He was the winner the last time they were here back in October. The 8 ball is Kevin Darling. There's the 16 over there. That's Jeff Paulson. Paulson always in the top 5 in points just about every year. He's always quick as well. Keep your eye on him. The 88 coming out of turn number 4. That is Rory Janney. And coming down the front straightaway quickly here in the black and orange number 88. Mr. Twister, Mark Bittner in the 15 right here is Shelby Kelly idling by on the inside. The 32 is Dale Eggert in the Lee's Emergency Equipment, Bittner Automotive number 32. There's Schweibman's coming down here in the number 35. Kenny Lorino in the Blair number 36 coming down the front straightaway behind DJ Tanner. The 7 here on the front straightaway is Aiden Borden. Aiden's dad Ian was a street stock competitor here for quite a while. Among other things, he ran sprint cars as well. The 7A is a lot of cars out here. The 8 ball is stopped on the backstretch. Believe that is the 8 ball of Kevin Darling on the backstretch. His belts came undone. They were not clipped all the way. Better to come undone under yellow like that than when they're racing. And he stopped to get him on. He's got him on, and they will push him off. The 7A is Andy Mahan. Andy Mahan in the number 7A. And the cars are being told to pick up the pace. '86 is Darren Cox heading down into turn number 1 as we go green. The first set of hot laps. A packed hot lap session there. There are about 19 cars out there, I think. Maybe 20, maybe 18. There are 25 here. So they head back to the pit area. Maybe there was over 20. See a couple on the lineup that did not come out, but there are two 56s here, so that may have been Cody West in the 56. Andrew Turpin's in the 56T. Here come the remaining Mass 305 sprint cars. First car pushing up on the track, the 4B of John Brenfleck. Brenfleck out of Ewing, New Jersey. Longtime competitor with the URC sprint cars. And speaking of another URC sprint car longtime competitor, Troy Betts in the 22 coming up on the track as well. Another one that cut his teeth with the 360s and now running the 305. Betts just got his first career win here at New Egypt Speedway. last July, and July 27th in that number 22. It was very fast that night. The 19, that is out of Vineland, New Jersey, the Wade Ale Transportation number 19. That is the 19A of Tim Ewell. Tim Ewell in the 19A. The WDB Construction number 24 is Jared Kreider. And there's downtown Dave Brown. Davey Brown in the DCB's Racing number 44 heading down the front straightaway. Brown also has won here. He is 5th on our all-time win list with 5 career wins, tied with Buddy Schweibman's. He was also a winner here last year in April in the first show of the year, the show that got rained out this year. I believe that is Cody West there in the 56. The other 56 coming out now. And the 89 is on hand with us tonight. That is Robbie Stillwagon, another veteran of 360s and 305s. Robbie has never won here in 305 competition. As we go green on his second and final hot lap session. Cody West pulling into the infield there on the backstretch. It's the car not wanting to go. Checkered flag coming out. Cody West, the last car across the line here in the Betts Garage 22. All right, folks, we got a couple of announcements here. In the first one, we have someone parked in a reserved spot. You cannot park there. It is a green Honda CRV, license plate F77 VKG. Green Honda CRV, F77 VKG. You're parked in a reserved spot, 96 to be exact, and you must move it immediately or we will have to tow it. And we got another one parked in spot number 75. It is a Buick Regal, New Jersey plates P26 VPP. P26 VPP, Buick Regal. You are parked in spot number 75, and that is incorrect. You need to move your car. We're going to have to tow it. And we appreciate your attention to this as soon as possible. Thank you. All right, modifieds on the track. First session for their hot laps, 25 of them here. Dakota Kessler is out there in the 449. Brian Kuhl in the 37. Cale Ross, the boss, here this week in the B&T Tools number 112. Corey Cormier out of Otisville, New York in the 26R. Joseph Brown's in the 5J. Chris Garback out there in the 7. The 323 is Johnny Banks. Anthony Tramontana is out there in the 13T. Our defending champ and the winner last week, Ryan Godown in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26. I believe that's all the cars that are out there. Checkered flag waving on the first session. So, cars out there. Corey Cormier in the 26R, Joseph Brown in the 5J, Chris Garback in the 7, Johnny Banks in the 323. Dakota Kessler in the 449. The 13T is Anthony Tramontana. Ryan Godown was out there in the 26. He's on the scale right now. And the boss, Cale Ross, in the 112. And I think that's all the cars that were out there. Second set of hot laps. We have 25 cars here tonight. So we should, I believe, have 3 sessions of hot laps as a second set coming up. And the first one out is Tanner Van Doren, TVD, in the number 27, the Prime Design Landscape number 27, followed by the Spooky Brook Landscape 2D of Will Dupree. The second car in the Anthony Tramontana stable, I may have them reversed, but one of them is here just to kind of get shook down, so they got it straightened out. I think that's this one, but I'm not 100% positive. But that is being driven by sportsman driver David Malozar tonight. DJ Hunt, the Creston Hydraulics number 24 here on the front stretch. Then it's the Dominator, our 2020 champion, the CNS Equipment. Craig and Leslie Pondish own number 6 of Danny Buck. Joe Toth with us tonight in the Sweetwater Marine and River Deck number 9. Normally runs with our crate division. And the Reed Sod Farm, Brink Construction number 5. And that is Jack Butler out of Phillipsburg. 8 more modifieds out in this session. Second of 3 sessions for the modifieds. So counting the 2 cars from Anthony Tramontana's stable, we have 26 modifieds signed in. Malozar is going to start at the rear of a heat race and get some laps in with that car. That is their second car they run down in Delaware. They were trying to get it sorted out. They had some problems with it and just got it back together. So, second set complete. They head to the pit area, and Jim Houseworth in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72, leading out the third and final set for hot laps here for the modifieds. Dominic Buffalino is in the number 3V, the Vaclavicek Racing number 3V. He's the second car out there. Right behind him from Fairfield, New Jersey, the Bel Air Transport number 27 of Frank Venezia. Then our 2-time champion here in the Harry's U-Pull number 44. That is the Wind Gap Warrior, Frank Cozy. Cozy, of course, from Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Frank, a veteran, kind of in semi-retirement now. Second straight week here with us. The Valco Wheels 928 is Kevin Borden. Davey Salmons in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79. The K&N Excavating 51M is Wade Hendrickson, and the Kids Kid Billy Pouch Jr. in the Marvels Portable Welding number 1. Ryan Krachin is in the Danny Sommeling owned Danny's Pizza Pizzazz number 51. He is the final car out there right behind Pouch as they come down the front straightaway, also sponsored by BK Trucking. Checkered flag coming out. Kevin Borden heading down the ramp and into the pit area. In the 928, he was the first car off the track. And Kevin Borden wanted to say happy birthday to his son KJ. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, KJ. Rich Miller back out for a lap or two here in the auto. Nope, he's going back in. Must have been at the scale. All right, vintage cars coming out. I do not have names on them yet, but I will before they come out for their exhibition later on. But some nice field of them. Quite a few of them here. The 27 coming out. Nice looking number 4 there. Looks like one of the type of cars that ran out in Grandview and Big Diamond back in the late 80s. Pretty much everywhere. Coupe number 43, the old statewide number 3 there. 29 has been here before. The 707, replica of the old Paul Dizio number 707, driven by numerous drivers back in the 70s. The old Harry Taylor number 92 there. Those 7 of them out on the track for some warm-ups here. Fred Fletcher not making out, having problems with his car. We'll see if he can get that fixed. He was in tech and the car would not fire over.
Checker flag coming out on the final session of Hot Laps. We have about 20 minutes before post time. Going to walk through the concession areas here and see what deals we need to tell you about. It looks like our discount is still going from the previous year's merchandise at the race shirts booth. We have all new 2025 apparel. T-shirts are just 25 bucks, hoodies 40. You might need a hoodie a little bit later on tonight once the sun goes down. Blankets, koozies, ear plugs, ear muffs, and safety glasses also. But we've got 5 boxes of discounted items on sale from your merchandise from the New Egypt Speedway. Main concession stands are open. No lines right now if you want to run down here and get something to eat or drink. Chicken tenders selling rapidly here at the concession stand. If you're in the mood for a snack or some ice cream, we have the Blue Bunny at the New Egypt Speedway Snack Shack. Pizza, also from right up the street, is available, including plenty of chips and candy, pretzels, all sorts of good stuff down here. In T-Shirt Alley, we've got our friends from the Dirt Merchant back selling all sorts of dirt-related items. We've got the DJ Hunt Fan Club selling T-shirts and sweatshirts and hoodies, hats as well. Kale Ross in the house tonight. The Kale Ross gear located as you're making your way to the main grandstands. Trish Krachin out here with Ryan's gear. Ryan Krachin back with us for the second Saturday night in a row, giving me the big thumbs up. Kale not with us last week, but he is in attendance tonight. Good, how you guys doing? Over the other way, they might be rivals on the track, but the ladies get along fine. Ryan Godown and Billy Pouch Jr. and Billy Pouch III. Ask about Billy Pouch III merchandise, too. It's coming. It's coming. Stay tuned. Keep your eyes on that youngster. Heck of a slingshot driver. Got to watch him out at Pagoda a couple weeks ago. So if you want to get your Godown or Billy Pouch Jr. gear, come on down here. And, of course, the champion in the 305s loves the New Egypt Speedway. Buddy Schweibens has his merchandise tent set up in the picnic area over towards turn 4. Good looking Buddy Schweibens t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, all sorts of good stuff over here at the Buddy Schweibens tent, located right by the kids club here in the picnic area. Do we have Jess from the kids club down here yet? Let's see what's cooking in the kids club. Kids just boarded the bus. The fan bus will go around the pitch, so Jessica doing a great job with the kids club. Usually during the races, they're down here in the turn 4 picnic area when they're not riding the buses. So we're going to dump some water on the track. The wind's a little bit stronger than what we expected today, but we've got nothing but sunshine, and that certainly is good news. So now you know about the track, about all the merchandise being sold. We've got bubbles floating on the front stretch. But you have about 15 minutes now to walk around, get ready as we do our final preparations. We'll call you back in about 10 for our opening ceremony. So I'll hand it back upstairs to Pete and Dustin in the booth. For you YouTube viewers at home, thank you again for watching our free live stream. We'll have a lot of neat features during our downtimes here, and there's not many downtimes, but we have some great segments to show you folks watching live on the live stream at home. So for now, we'll send it back upstairs to Pete. Dustin's running the booth up there, the live stream, so a lot of good things to come tonight, Pete.
Well, that's absolutely right, Jim, and if you're watching at home on YouTube, we want to welcome you in. We are putting a little water on the track here before we get going with our program. Hot laps have ended, and we have about 15 minutes, so we are going to show you something on YouTube We have a couple different clips we'll be showing throughout the night during long breaks or during intermission. So we're going to cue it up. Nick Leach was with the drivers last week, and they quizzed them on the popular question on the internet, 100 men versus one gorilla, and you're going to get to see what a lot of your favorite drivers, how they answered that question.
We have a question of the week, Mike. One question, one answer, and why? 100 men, one gorilla. Who wins the fight?
Depends who the 100 men are. All you need is Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris, he says. So it depends who the 100 men are, or the gorilla could win?
Well, I mean, obviously the gorilla's got an upper hand, but the gorilla's got to run out of energy eventually, right? 100 men, that's a good amount of people to go through. Just let me be like number 99 or 100, and I might have a chance. 100 men.
Why?
100 men, 100 weapons,
Everybody's adding weapons.
100 men, 100 weapons. You work together, utilize a plan,
Okay.
Take down one gorilla.
I agree with you.
How big's the gorilla?
Well, it ain't King Kong. Nobody liked that idea.
Yeah, 100 men.
All right, you got it.
Planned and executed.
All right, brother.
100 men, because teamwork makes everything. If the men work together, they're going to knock one out. You ain't no I in team. That's how you win races.
It's another good one. Thanks, Bill.
One gorilla, I guess. I don't know.
Well, why?
They're nasty.
Hey, help your boy out, man.
Do the men have guns?
Yeah. What's the rules on this? We're racers, man.
You're fighting.
We're racers. What we use?
Come on, man. It is ruined the whole fight, didn't it? You know, when we started,
I'm not prepared to hear the answer to, though.
I feel like there's
so, all right, who? 100 men or one gorilla? Who wins the fight?
100 men, I guess.
Okay, 100 men.
100 men.
Why?
The indomitable human spirit. We will not give up.
Damn, that's a good answer too. I got two good answers that I believe are the best answers so far. Thanks, Jack.
I don't know that a gorilla can prepare as well as we can game plan for this.
All right, but if you start throwing haymakers, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one punch.
All right, Jack.
Got to go with 100 men.
Why?
Well, I think a gorilla's eventually going to get tired. I mean, if you have it, everybody's got to be on board. You got to have everybody ready to fight. I mean, if the first 10 go in there and they're scared and they're not going after them, then the gorilla might take us out. But I think 100 men can do it.
What if the gorilla is King Kong?
Well, that's different.
One swipe.
That's different. Then we're
Okay,
done.
that's different.
That's
We're not
different.
talking
And it's also,
regular gorilla.
is it like everybody, like any man can
No, you
get
pick
entered?
your 100, I guess.
Oh, if you pick your 100, I think we could take one out with 10.
Oh, well, see, there you have it.
I'll stand back. I'll pick 9 UFC fighters, and
You're
I'll
in
just
the top
watch.
3 with the answers. You're in my top 3. Thank you. That's the question of the day.
Oh, man, I've been seeing this. One gorilla.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think 100 men got it. I mean, 100 v1. I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
but
smart, you got to be smart about it.
But a gorilla's pretty big.
Yeah, but if you're smart, I mean, you get 5 people to take him out.
All right.
100 me's, I'll definitely win against the gorillas.
Okay. The gorilla? Why?
I don't know. Just sounds good.
Okay.
Gorilla's going to get tired.
Okay, the gorilla's going to get tired. Okay.
100 men.
Why?
There's a lot more than there's a lot more in 100 than there is one.
Yeah, but King Kong's considered a gorilla. What if it's King Kong?
Sure, there's something on this planet that will get them down.
All right, I believe in you. Let's fight.
The gorilla.
Why?
Because the 100 men ran.
Good answer, Pat. Fight.
A gorilla all day.
Why?
They're badass creatures. I don't think that 100 men are stopping them, not even if they're all shack-sized.
See that? Man after my own heart.
Well, it depends on who the gorilla is. If I'm the gorilla, they don't stand a chance.
So you're saying the gorilla wins?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because that's what they're built for.
Okay. All right.
400 pounds of fighting fury.
Is that what we got in that 704 tonight?
We got more than 400 pounds.
All right. I'll take that answer.
Probably the gorilla.
Matt Paxton says he don't know, but he's picking the gorilla. All right.
The gorilla does.
Why?
It's big and strong.
Okay.
Gorilla.
Why?
I'm not sure why.
I don't know. Just pick. She don't know.
I'm going with the gorilla.
Why?
Because the 100 men tried to steal his bananas off the tree, so he started whooping some ass, and that was the end of it.
All right, sounds good to me.
All
That's
right?
perfect.
There you go. Perfect.
And if you're watching on YouTube, we are back live here as the truck's putting the final touches on the track to get ready for the first heats of the night, which will be our 2 Northeast Wingless Sprint Car heat races after opening ceremonies. 13 of them signed in tonight as we double the field from last Saturday. Several newcomers here tonight. Couple drivers getting their cars ready and will be in the field, so it's going to be an exciting night here of racing. We'll have the new Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars. We'll have the 4 cylinders out for their 2 heat races. We have 19 of them signed in. Then the Mass 305 Sprint Cars will have 3 heat races, and then the Modifieds will run their 3 heat races. That is the order of events for qualifying here this evening. All heat races here are 8 laps in distance. That is a change. I believe the 4 cylinders used to do 6 laps. Believe on the schedule it says 8 laps on the schedule, and the modifieds have been reduced to 8 laps this year instead of 10. Track crew putting some water down. Of course, a little tough with the sun on and wind here today. It has been very windy all day. You can see the flag still blowing out pretty hard here. It is supposed to slow down. All right, so I believe we are ready for opening ceremonies as the trucks and equipment have pulled off the track except for the water truck, and we have the pace truck stopped here. So let's send it down to Jim Murdoch for our opening ceremonies tonight. Jim?
Well, thank you very much, Pistol Pete upstairs in the tower. If we could have everybody's attention, please focus down here to the flag stand. If we can all rise and take off your headgear if you can. A couple of very important announcements before we begin tonight. First of all, it's Mother's Day weekend. And right up there in the corner is my mom. I brought my mom tonight. So, Ma, give everybody a wave. That's the woman responsible for driving me all over to Selinsgrove, Linda's, all over in the 80s and 90s and getting the racing bug. Her and my dad planted it, and it's because of moms like my mom and all of your moms out here that we're here as a big family. Unfortunately, a happy weekend. We got to bring it down just a notch because we have lost somebody very important in our racing community, somebody that I've known for about 40-plus years, and we're going to have Nick Leach say a couple of words on the late, great Ace Lane Jr. We lost him this morning, folks.
If you are a race fan, if you have pictures, you have this man's pictures in your library. Everybody does. Ace was here the last time we raced, and I got to talk to him, and he was a legend. He is a legend. So the pictures that you have from Ace Lane, cherish them because they are a treasure, and I have many of them. My brothers told me, you can tell a great photographer, Nick, when you can see the eyes of the driver in the picture. I said, you're kidding me. Every picture I have that Ace Lane ever took, I can see the eyes of the drivers in the cars. Tommy Lane takes pictures here every week. He is not here. He called me and told me and it broke my heart. For him, he just lost his brother, and now he lost his father. But the legacy will go on of Ace Lane. Dan takes pictures, all these other guys. He set the bar to be a photographer in racing. And if you don't think he did, look at some of these pictures that these guys take. So tonight, we race in memory of Ace Lane. When you hit your knees tonight, say some prayers for the Ace Lane family. I loved Ace. I raced go-karts here. I raced a regular kart. He put me in his champ kart. Thanks, Ace. I had to go buy a champ kart, and I won championships with it. Ace Lane made me a racer. But most of all, he made me a fan of photography, just like the rest of these guys do. So when you hit your knees tonight, say some prayers for Ace Lane and his family. He will definitely be missed.
When you think about all the good that Ace has done, too, with the Matheny kids up in North Jersey, we got to spend some time with him and Sammy Beavers up there as they were putting together their annual Christmas parties. We'll get that feature hopefully posted on our website, but I got to walk around the Old Bridge Speedway with Ace and remembering his dad. So we remember Ace, and Nick just said it so very, very eloquently. All those pictures we have are people took them just like Ace. So with that, we race in his memory. We have our great Reverend Dan here to lead us in our opening prayer, and then we have a special guest to sing our national anthem. So Rev, take it away and look right up there at our YouTube camera.
All right. Thank you, Nick. It was really a loss to all of us. You know, we all have great memories. I'm so glad to be here. Every day is a gift. And I wish you would remember tomorrow we're having an event with people who are dealing with human trafficking, and we'd appreciate your prayers. They rescued 7,000 children in the past 5 years. And if you're up in the Heightstown area, they'll be at our church, and they'll be sharing what people can do, what we can do to help rescue these kids. So if you'd like to join us, at least pray for us tomorrow, 10:30, Calvary Assembly in Heightstown, Bank and Mechanic Street. And I know these folks would appreciate your prayers and your thoughts. And our country, we really need to keep holding our country up in prayer and pray for those that are in great need and going through great trials and great troubles. Good to be here. Let's pray. Almighty God, thank you. Thank you for another year of racing here at New Egypt Speedway. Lord, I thank you for Ace. Ace and I competed a lot throughout the years, and we were the best of friends, and we did some services with him in years past, and he surely made a mark, not just on this area, but around the country. A great photographer. Now here we are at New Egypt Speedway, the fast track of the Northeast. And we ask you tonight for a great race, for a safe race. We pray in Christ's name. Amen. Shalom.
Thank you, Reverend. And as always, we have a live singer to bless us with the national anthem. Once again, Danielle Chalella. Look right up there at the cameraman in the bright yellow for our YouTube viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, Danielle Chalella.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Thank you very much, Danielle Chalella. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just about post time. If you are new here at New Egypt Speedway, 3 important rules you have to follow at all times on the premises. Rule number 1, when we announce your favorite driver's name, you need to make a lot of noise. Let the people around you know who you're cheering for. For example, Dominic Antonelli. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, just like that. Rule number 2, smoke them if you got them. We're not going to judge you, whatever it is. You have to do it over by the bathrooms, not in the crowd. And rule number 3, very important, when you come back next week, bring a first-time fan with you and tag us on social media, take pictures, spread the word that the New Egypt Speedway is alive and well right here in the Pines. We have our sprint cars for heat number 1 on the racetrack. For the lineup and the play-by-play, we go topside to the Diamond Suite and Pistol Pete Wortman. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot there, Jim. And first of all, we do have a car that needs to be moved. We have a silver Volvo JRM 8133. That's Pennsylvania plates, JRM 8133, a silver Volvo. We need you to move your car. You are parked in spot number 77. And just in case spot 75 has not cleared up, we believe it has, but we're not sure. I'm going to announce that one again. That was a Buick Regal, New Jersey plates P26 VPP. So make sure those cars get moved, please, as soon as you can. All right, sprint cars are out for their first of 2 heat races. Joey Crilly out of Bordentown is in the 22. He lines up on the pole alongside of him out of Doylestown in the 3H. That is Heidi Hedden. Our winner last Saturday, Shea Wills, is in the 07. He'll start third. Alongside of him, Langhorne's Walt Fletcher in the 4. Joe Cada out of Goshen, New York, is in the number 7. Alongside of Cada, the 75 of Greg Shepsis, and Ronnie Pavia is in the number 83. He'll start last, and we are green. And we are underway. Whoa, 3 wide for the second spot. We got a car backwards, and everybody able to get by. And I believe that is the 7 of Joe Cada. Cada, a veteran of sprint car racing in all different divisions, 360s, 410s, you name it. He has been in several. Cada backwards over there, coming in a long tow from New York. And he gets turned around and will rejoin at the rear of the field, and we'll take another crack at it here. No laps complete. Now we got another car stopped over in turn number 3 down on the bottom there. Well, Frank Frasco is out there moving from the crate sportsman division. And he's run modifieds, I believe, at one time. But mostly sportsman from the Orange County Fair Speedway and here at New Egypt. And he is out on the track. I believe he's supposed to be in the second heat. We'll see about that. We've got 7 cars out there, plus 1 getting picked up in turn number 3. That would be 8. We're only supposed to have 7 in this heat. Frasco would be the extra car. We'll see if they're going to let him stay out there. All cars are qualifying. The top 5 will get a handicap out of each heat, so that'll be for the first 10 starting spots. The rest of the cars will fill in at the back. Well, Cada has rejoined. The 75 of Shepsis has rejoined. That is Walt Fletcher over there in the 4 being picked up. Fletcher's first time out. He was not here last Saturday night. Fletcher out of Langhorne, and he is on the hook, and looks like the front end is, but I don't know if he hit the inside guardrail or something broke in the front end. That left front tire does not seem to be pointing the right direction. That could be a problem. Folks, if you're watching at home on YouTube, we want to, and even if you're not and you're here, we want you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Not only does it help us get more people interested in it and help us keep the free live streaming going throughout the year, but also it'll help us get sponsors as well, and will help you find the page a lot easier if you subscribe to it. It'll be on your favorites there. So even if you go home, you're here live, and you go home during the week, you can watch a lot of content that we put up on the YouTube page, and be sure and subscribe when you do. All right, we're going back to racing, and we are green. And we're back underway, sliding through 1 and 2. That is Joey Crilly on the 22. He slides up to the top now. Heidi Hedden back on the inside, side by side for the lead. Hedden down on the bottom. Crilly on the outside in the Valco Wheels car as they come into turn number 1. The front runners to the lead. Hedden coming back. Hedden will be scored the leader at the line. Shea Wills was the winner here last Saturday night and showing that speed he had last Saturday as he moves to the front in the 07. Joe Cada, after that spin on the first lap, has moved back through the field. He is third and looking for more here in the Montgomery Car Wash number 7. Cada down on the bottom, 2 wheels under Hedden as they battle for second as Shea Wills begins to pull away. Crilly back there in the 4th spot. Crilly is in the 39. That is probably a car he bought and has not renumbered yet. His number is 22, but tonight he is in that 39, so we don't want to confuse you. I'm already confused enough for both of us. In through 3 and 4, it is the 07 of Shea Wills showing the way, and he is checking out. Third of a straightaway lead now for Shea Wills with 3 laps to go. Cada again with a nice move down on the bottom. Cada will slide up in front of Heidi Hedden. Here comes Heidi back on the inside now. 2 wheels underneath him, can't make it stick. Crilly is in the 4th spot as they come off the corner. Top 5 will get their handicapping back. Crilly a little out of shape there. And Ron Pavia now into the 5th spot. Down the back, white flag is out. Final 2 turns for Shea Wills. Wills is going to bring it home victorious here as he comes off at turn number 4. Shea Wills will win heat number 1. So in for the win is Shea Wills in the 07. Joe Cada was second in the 7. Third was the 3H of Heidi Hedden. Fourth, the 39 of Joey Crilly. And finishing in the 5th spot was the 83 of Ronnie Pavia. All right, we have a Jeep that needs to be moved. Got a little problem with our reserve spots here. The Jeep is... It's license plate E87VGC. You're in spot 78 and you should not be. It is a Jeep E87VGC. Can you please go out and move your car, please, or your Jeep? Thank you. Well, we got 4 cars on the front straightaway. We should have 6. However, Frank Frasco was in the last heat. We'll give you the lineup here. The GPS Services number 2 of Brendan Hires will start on the pole. Alongside of Hires, the driver who finished second here last Saturday night and is our defending champion, driving the Tech Mechanical number 91D out of Massachusetts, Taunton, Massachusetts. That is Mick D'Agostino. Third starting spot would be Dan Malley in the Malley Pool Water number H2O. See what he did there? The H2O will start in the third position, Dan Malley. And lining up alongside of Malley should be Rich Meller in the Woodland Trucking number 02. Miller not making the call. He was out for hot laps earlier. And then the 57, a new car for him. Nice new paint job. The 57 is Joe Byer. Joe Byer, Jersey Joe Byer in the 57. He fills in at the rear of the field. Want to wish KJ Borden happy birthday. Happy birthday, KJ. Hope you have a great birthday weekend. It's not just a day anymore. It's a whole weekend. Remind your family of that. All right. Green coming out for the 4 cars out there, and we're underway. These 4 will all get their handicapping. We don't have a 5th place finisher, so it looks like we're going to handicap 9 tonight. They race into turn number 3, and out in front it is Brendan Hires, grabbing the early lead over D'Agostino as they come down the front. Dan Malley in the 3rd spot. Byer in the 4th position back there as they race off a 2 and down the back. Brendan Hires by 2 car lengths over D'Agostino as they charge into turn number 3. D'Agostino up on the high side. D'Agostino building up some momentum and slowly reeling in Hires now. Hires' lead shrinking just a little there as D'Agostino shadows him into turn number 3. Hires keeping up a fast pace here. D'Agostino working right with him, trying to just get a little bit more speed to get up there alongside of him. Dan Malley's first time here this year in the H2O, back in the 3rd spot. Nice looking car there. So you work off a turn 4 halfway. 4 down and 4 to go. Down the back, Hire likes the inside of that tri-oval, and then he works back to the outside through 3 and 4. Comes off the top side of 4 with D'Agostino 3 car lengths back now as Hires has turned up the wick just a little bit. Works the inside of 1 and 2, which is rare for Brendan Hires. He likes that outside usually, but he's got something going on down there. He's inside on one side of the speedway and on the outside the other. 2 to go. 2 laps to go down the front. Working off a turn number 2. Brendan Hires is led from the start with pressure from our defending champ, Mick D'Agostino. Through 3 and 4, white flag in the air. Final time around for Brendan Hires. D'Agostino not letting up at all. Malley running a nice race back there in the 3rd spot. Here's the final 2 turns. Hires leading. He'll come off turn 4, and he will take the win here in heat number 2. So Brendan Hires is your winner in the number 2. Second was the 91D of Mick D'Agostino. Finishing 3rd, the H2O of Dan Malley, and finishing in the 4th spot, the 57 of Jersey Joe Byer. And that completes qualifying for the Wingless Northeast Sprint Cars, the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars, as they go across the scale. And next up will be our four-cylinder. He's nice field of four cylinders coming out. And I'll hand the lineup and the microphone over to Big Jim Murdoch, who is here to call your full-fendered four cylinders.
Well, thank you very much, Pete Wortman. Yeah, 2 supersized heat races for the 19 four-cylinders on hand this evening. This is the way they'll go to the first green flag of 2 heat races, 6 laps of distance. Of course, on the pole, driver of the 51 out of Yardville, that's Robbie Dunn. On his outside, oh boy, get ready, Section 5, Dom the Bomb. In the Allen Oil and Propane Rob's Tree Service. I'm sorry. In the Fletcher's Garage. Out of Jackson, number 88A, that's Dom the Bum. Dale Mull, that's the one in the Allen Oil and Propane Rob's Tree Service. Out of Chatsworth, Dale Mull in the number 6. On his outside, that's Chris Rack. Chris Rack in that black and gold Valco wheels, number 7. Inside of the third row, Chris Rack's second race ever, by the way. Second race ever. I remember he was here for his first race last year. And now he liked it so much, he's back to do it again. Fred's holding his breath watching that number 7 out there. Row number 3, Joe Gary. That's Joe Gary Sr., I believe, in the 26. And Mike Fox in the 30J. John Chalella is in the 70. He's out of Forked River. And then Bobby Drayton, the 4th, out of Southampton in the 409. That's actually Joe Gary Jr. in the number 30 starting in 7th. Joe Gary Jr. Part of the Hamilton clan here. All sponsored by Scarpatti's. We've got Gary Sr., Gary Jr., and Mikey Fox. All here in one outing. So, 9 cars on the lineup. 10 cars on the lineup, 6 laps to distance. First of 2 big heat races for the 4 cylinders, 19 cars strong this evening. We'll see how it goes. Robbie Dunn and Dom the Bomb make up the front row as, listen to that crowd out there in Section 5. Boy, you got our rule number 1 down pat. The pace quickens through 3 and 4, looking for the double green flag in the air. There it is. Green is out. We are racing the full-fendered frenzy of the 4 cylinders. 3 wide, going into turn number 1. Joe Gary on the inside in the 26. Trouble, big hit there in 1 and 2. Oh, that's Chris Rack. Oh, Chris Rack. Still gets that car going. The yellow flag caution on the Speedway for a big wreck in turn 1. Extra money on the line tonight. Extra money on the line tonight in the 4 cylinders, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. Not only are these drivers racing in their heat races for bragging rights and starting positions, but they're also going to get $75 to win each heat and an extra $200 to win tonight's big feature. So thank you to Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets for the extra cash for the 4-cylinder drivers out there. And of course, Mr. Bob, father and son, Bobby Drayton the 3rd, Bobby Drayton the 4th, competing tonight. There's Bobby Drayton the 4th. He's a freshman student at Rowan University in that 409. His dad's been a mainstay here back to our early days of dirt racing in the late 90s and early 2000s. And it looks like we've lost Chris Rack, who lost control of his car going into turn 1, and he got whacked by a couple of drivers. Took that car to the pits, hopefully not too much to straighten out on it. But we'll see. All right, we'll try it again. 1 lap complete. Robbie Dunn, Dom the Bomb, your front row. Green is out. through 1 and 2. Oh, the whole Hamilton gang is in a pack with Dale Mull right behind them. Dom the Bomb looking to the inside of Robbie Dunn. He pulls ahead going into 3, and the crowd goes nuts. Can he make it stick? Yes, he does. Trouble in the back again. Big contact out of turn 4. That looks like Mikey Fox and Dale Mull getting together just a little bit. They're safely through 1 and 2 now. Back up front. Hey, Dom Antonelli has the lead. He's not getting away from Rob Dunn. Here comes a big burst of speed by Dunn to the inside. Wheel to wheel, fender to fender, back down the front stretch for another time. Single file throughout the field. We've got the Bomb squad out front, Robbie Dunn second, and then the Hamilton clan third, fourth, and sixth, with Bobby Drayton the fourth messing up that. Run for our Hamilton boys in fifth. Bobby Drayton now eyeing the Garys directly in front as Dom Antonelli has control over this one. 2 laps to go, 2 to go for Dom the Bomb. Antonelli pulling out to a 4 or 5 car length lead. A lap and a half to go in the first of 2 heat races for the 4 cylinders. Joe Gary Sr. holding off his son as they enter turns 3 and 4. White flag. This has been changed to an 8-lap heat race. 8-lap heat race. So this time it'll be 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go this time. And we've got a battle for the 3rd position between father and son. Joe Gary Jr. in the 30, seniors in the 26. Move Jr. up to that number 3 spot. Top 6 will redraw for the big feature coming up a little bit later on. This time by, Antonelli will see the white flag waving. That's a signal that 1 lap remains. 1 to go for Antonelli. The Gary boys racing hard against each other coming out of turn 2. Senior looking to the inside of his son. That's the best battle on the racetrack. Dom Antonelli, if he holds together, he'll win this heat. And $75 courtesy of Mr. Bob's. Battles for 3rd coming out of turn 4. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Junior holding off his dad. Bobby Drayton the 4th. And then Mikey Fox. Dale Mull crosses the finish line in the white number 6. So a good effort by the 4 cylinders for the first of 2 heat races on the schedule. We'll bring up the lineups for our second round of 4-cylinder heats. This is the way they'll take the green flag for an 8-lap heat race.
Who won that heat?
Antonelli.
Dominic Antonelli.
Dominic Antonelli, the winner of heat number 1. Bob Drayton III will go from the pole in heat number 2. He started racing back in 1991. We call him Mr. Bob. When you know what hits the fan, Bob is your man to call. In the X09. On his outside, driver of the 51P. It looks almost identical to Robbie's car. A little more splashy purple on it. That's Penny Dunn out of Hamilton. Robbie Steinmetz is back with us tonight in the 97S. In the JCS Home Improvement Incorporated, number 97S, also out of Hamilton. Another driver for Mercer County, starting in 4th. That's Eric Degler out of Robbinsville. Eric Degler is in the 19. Inside at the 3rd row, Scott Dunn in the 03. He's out of Yardville. Mark Stein Sr. will start 6th. Talk to their crew in the pits. And the time-stopping Motorsports 197. Justin Benz will start 7th in the 88B. Lining up 8th is Kelly Fleming. She's out of Milford in the 44. Actually, she's out of Upper Black Eddy. That's in the Campbell Electric, number 44. And then Justin Dunn will start shotgun in the 69. He's out of Yardville. So a big field of 4 cylinders. Again, 8 laps of distance. Extra money being put on the line tonight, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. $75 to win the heat. An extra $200 to win the feature event. And that feature will be 25 laps before intermission. That feature scheduled to come after the vintage exhibition if we don't need any B-mains for the sprint cars or the modifieds. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 1. Bobby Drayton, Penny Dunn, side by side to start the second heat. Green is out. Eric Dagler's number 19, a good-looking car. New paint job on the 19. He's going to go high wide. I don't know if he's handsome or not, but he's throwing up a rooster tail behind him in that 19 on the outside of Penny Dunn. Look at Dagler in that beautifully prepared number 19 all the way up to second. He's chasing down a master of driving here around the tricky 7/16, Bob Drayton. And from third on back, we have a pack. Third on back is a big wad of 4 cylinders through the tri-oval. We got a whole bunch of Dunns back there, and now we've got one car sideways, one car made contact. The 97 came together with the 03. The 97 got way up on the outside of the part of the racetrack. Did not hit the wall, but it was close, though. The 44 of Kelly Fleming off the pace on the front stretch. She's about to get lapped. Bobby Drayton through 1 and 2. Dagler in that 19, that new paint scheme, closing in on your leader. This time by, the drivers will see a big X as they cross underneath the flag stand. That's the symbol. Half the race is complete. 4 down, 4 to go. Bobby Drayton is checked out about 6 car lengths over Dagler. Dagler's trying to reel him in, not much. Meanwhile, through 1 and 2, they're 3 wide, further back on in the pack. The 88D racing side by side with Penny Dunn. Justin Benz in that 88B running side by side with Penny as they both get around Kelly. Kelly's going to bring her car into the infield. Justin Dunn in the 69 is actually now reeling in Dagler for that second position. Top 3 all separated by about the equal amount of car lengths. This time by 2 laps to go. 2 to go for Drayton. Penny Dunn looks to the inside of the 88 going into turns 1 and 2. They are within the top 6, so they will get a redraw position if that's where they finish. White flag, 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton III. Bobby Drayton with a half a straightaway lead over Eric Dagler in that 19. Justin Dunn worked his way up from shotgun to third. Out of turn 4, the checker flag comes out this time by for Bob Drayton. Dagler finishes second. Dunn is third. Justin Benz will finish 4th. Battle for 5th. Who's it going to be? Side by side, it's going to be Penny Dunn over the 03 of Scott Dunn. And I believe that was a 97 of Robbie Steinmetz that finished right behind them. So, good action, Pete, in the 4-cylinder division. 2 action-packed heat races. Up next, we've got a whole lot of winged sprint cars coming at you. 3 heat races of the Mid-Atlantic 305 Sprint Car Series, the Mass 305s we call them, for the first of a doubleheader weekend for the 305s and the wingless sprint cars are in action at the Bridgeport Speedway tomorrow night. With the lineups, we'll turn it over to Pistol Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. And next up will be the DCB Plumbing and Heating Capital Renegade Trailer Mass Mid-Atlantic Sprint Cars, the Mass 305 Sprint Cars. And tonight kicks off the first of 2 races this weekend for the Mass 305s. Beginning tonight at New Egypt and tomorrow at Bridgeport. And that reason I say that is because Betts Garage Towing and Hauling, along with Professional Design Services, sponsoring the Diamond Doubleheader Weekend, which is a special point fund put up for these 2 races this weekend between here and tomorrow, paying an extra $1,500 for the title, followed by $900, $700, $500, and $400 for the top 5, and another $1,000 being split up between the remaining teams that have perfect attendance for both of these shows. And the Mass 305 officials want to thank Betts Garage and Professional Design Services for stepping up to the plate for this great Diamond Doubleheader Weekend bonus. Mass has a lot of different sponsors. Of course, DCB Plumbing and Heating and Capital Renegade or Capital Custom Trailers sponsoring the series this year. This is the way they're going to line up in heat number 1 as they push away. Lining up on the pole, driving the number 56. Out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania, that is Cody West. And alongside of West, one of the 3 feature winners this year in the Kent Oil and Propane 8-ball, that is Kevin Darling. Kevin Darling won the last time the series raced down at the Delaware International Speedway last weekend. Darling with a 360 career win here. Rick Steef is in the 9S. He will start in the 3rd position. Steef out of Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania. And lining up alongside of Steef, driving the 19T, is DJ Tanner. Jeff Paulson is in the 16. He will start 5th. Paulson from Honeybrook, Pennsylvania. And lining up alongside of Paulson, driving the number 36 out of Ivyland, Pennsylvania, Kenny Lorino. Dale Eggers in the Lee Emergency Equipment, number 32. He'll start in the 7th position. Lining up alongside of him in the quality number 89 is Robbie Stillwagon, and starting scratch on the field in the white number 56, the 56T, that is Andrew Turpin. Turpin out of Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. 9 cars here in heat number 1 of 3. Top 4 out of each heat will go to the redraw for the first 12 starting spots in tonight's DCB Plumbing and Heating Mass feature event. Here is the green in the air, and we are racing. And the Mass Sprinters are underway as they work off of turn number 2 and down the back. Cody West jumping out to the early lead over Kevin Darling as they race through 3 and 4 and back down the front. Steef on the outside, DJ Tanner down on the bottom. Tanner taking 3rd spot away from Steef. Steef now back on the bubble of the redraws. Paulson dicing it out with Kenny Lorino and Robbie Stillwagon. Lorino gets down on the bottom and takes 2 spots away there. He held off Stillwagon and takes the spot from Paulson. Lorino now looking to get under Steve. Steve, though, shut the door. Steve got a little out of shape off of 4. Still wagging around Lorino and working around Steve. Big 4-car battle going on for the final redraw spot as Cody West leads them to complete lap 3. 3 laps in the books. Cody West by 2 car lengths over Kevin Darling as they race down the back. DJ Tanner third, then a gap back to Robbie Stillwagon, and the yellow lights are on. Yellow lights coming out. Folks, we have a white Ford Super Duty pickup truck that needs to be moved immediately or it's going to be towed. You're parked right outside the front entrance. It is XJV J83. XJV J83 white Ford Super Duty pickup. You need to tow. You need to move it immediately. You are parked right outside the front of the main entrance here and it needs to be moved. We do not want to have to tow you. All right, white flag coming out. We're going to go green next time by as the cars double up here. Nine cars still out there. Didn't seem like there was probably may have been debris on the track. 3 down, 5 to go. Here they come off the corner. Green. Is that green, green, green? Darling around the outside. Robbie Stillwagon getting up on the outside and taking second as Cody West dropping back and out of a redraw spot as Kenny Lorino down on the bottom coming from 6th now up to 3rd as they come down the front. Stillwagon down on the bottom, tried a slider, didn't have enough room to make it stick, and Darling goes back around him. Darling by 4 car lengths as they enter turn number 3, and Stillwagon working to get his momentum built back up. Stillwagon started 8th, remember. Kenny Lorino in the 3rd spot, working through 1 and 2, then DJ Tanner. Tanner now on the bubble, but a pretty big gap back to Rick Stief, who is 5th, and Dale Eggert working his way up is in 6th. Here comes Kenny Lorino on the inside of Stillwagon. Lorino has found something down on the bottom, slides up against Stillwagon. Stillwagon working the high side. They're both chasing Kevin Darling, and they have closed in on him here. This will be the white flag. It is Darling leading Stillwagon and Lorino side by side. It's Stillwagon by a car length, and he'll go to the bottom now. Stillwagon's car likes it on the outside. He slides back to the top as Darling pulls him off the corner. Here comes Kenny Lorino again looking for a second. Checkered flag in hand. Kevin Darling's going to win the heat side by side drag race, and it's Stillwagon by a wheel for second. So your winner is the 8-ball of Kevin Darling taking the win. Second was the 89 of Robbie Stillwagon, and not by much. Kenny Lorino came home 3rd in the 36. And your final redraw car finishing 4th, as all cars are going to qualify. The final redraw spot goes to the 19T of DJ Tanner. Second of 3 heat races. These heat races sponsored by Allstate Auto Glass out of Monroeville, New Jersey. They are the heat race sponsor for the Mass 305 sprint cars. Each of these heats pay $50 a win courtesy of Allstate Auto Glass. Eddie Wagner is going to line up on the pole here in the number 70 in heat number 2. Wagner, a winner here in his career. One time. Lining up alongside of Wagner in the 25K is Jeremy Kornbaugh. Jeremy Kornbaugh in the number 27K. Darren Cox is in the 86. The Voorhees number 86. He'll start in the 3rd spot. Cox hails from Jackson right up the road here. And lining up alongside of him, currently 2nd in the point standings, out of Middletown, Delaware, in the Betts Garage number 22, that is Troy Betts. Betts, a winner here last year, one of the 3 winners here last year. That was his first career win here at the New Egypt Speedway. Mr. Twister, Mark Bittner, 2nd on our all-time win list for the 305 Sprint Cars with 9 career wins, although he has not won since 2019. Bittner will line up 5th in the Bittner Automotive number 15. And starting alongside of him, out of Jackson, New Jersey as well, and the number 7 is Aiden Borden. Aiden Borden in the number 7. Borden is also a feature winner in his career here. He also has 1 career win. Starting 7th inside the last row, driving the number 18 out of out of Warminster, Pennsylvania. That is TNT Tim Tanner Jr. And starting scratch in the field, one of our feature winners last year, and the Carber's Lawn Care number 8C is Brian Carber. Carber out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Actually, there was 4 feature winners here last year. There will be 2 of them in this heat and 2 in the next. Here they come, and we are racing. And we're underway in the Allstate Auto Glass second heat race for the Mass 305 Sprint Cars as Eddie Wagner grabs the early lead here and brings them into turn number 3. Remember, top 4 going to the redraw. All cars will qualify as they come down the front. 25 cars on hand. They're going to put them all in the feature. Eddie Wagner leading by a couple of car lengths as they head into turn number 3 for the second time now. This will complete lap 2 down the front. Pioneer Pipe number 70. Kornbaugh in the 2nd spot, then Troy Betts as they move down the back. Mark Bittner is on the bubble and pulling away from the rest of the field there in the 4th spot in the number 15. And it's Aiden Borden 5th. He leads the rest of the field there. Darren Cox, Brian Carber, and Tim Tanner right behind. Wagner showing the way early and showing some strength here as he's pulled away. He's got a pretty sizable lead now, about a third of a straightaway as they complete lap number 4. Halfway, 4 down and 4 to go. Aiden Borden is broken away from the rest of the field, trying to catch the redraw cars, but they're about a third of a straightaway ahead of him as Bittner took a stab there in turn 1 and 2 on Troy Betts. Betts was up to the challenge and pulls back away. Bittner ran out of some real estate there and lost some ground, but he's still comfortably in the final redraw spot, or about as comfortable as you get with a sprint car. 2 laps to go now, 2 to go for the Mass 305 sprint cars. It is all Eddie Wagner, 3/4 of a straightaway now over Jeremy Kornbaugh in the 27K. Troy Betts runs 3rd, then Mark Bittner. Aiden Borden holding on to 5th, but he's got Brian Carber right on him now. Carber would love to get in a redraw, but checkered flag is going to fall on Eddie Wagner down the front. So Eddie Wagner is your winner in the number 70. Jeremy Cornbow is in second, the 27K, finishing third, the 22 at Troy Betts, and Mark Bittner finishes fourth and gets the final redraw spot in the 15. That completes 2 of the 3 heat races, and the final All-State Auto Glass heat race coming out for the DCB Plumbing and Heating Mass 305 sprint cars. They will be sent up onto the track to be pushed off here. This is how they will line up, starting on the pole. Two-time defending champ out of Petersburg, New Jersey, driving the number 35, Buddy Schweibens. Buddy Schweibens in the 35. He is the last winner here at the New Egypt Speedway. He won the show at the end of October last year for these Mass 305 sprint cars. Schweibens' 5th career win. And he will line up on the pole here in heat number 3. Lining up alongside of him in the WDB Construction, Belmont's Garage, Hackenbottom Racing, number 24. That is Jared Kreider. Jared Kreider in the number 24. Third starting spot from Vineland in the 19A, that is Tim Ewell. Tim Ewell in the 19A. He's actually, out of Bridgeton, which is right next to Vineland. Had it wrong in my head. Bridgeton, New Jersey for Tim Ewell. He'll start in the 3rd spot, and alongside of Ewell in the number 88 is Rory Janney. Rory Janney in the 88 out of Estelle Manor, New Jersey. He will start 4th. 5th starting position at a Runnymede in the 51 is Shelby Kelly. And lining up alongside of Kelly out of Ewing in the 4B is John Brenfleck. John Brenfleck in the number 4B. Rich Miller getting a couple of laps. He did not make his heat before for the new sprint cars, and coming out to see if he's got his problem solved. So it'll be Shelby Kelly and John Brenfleck on row number 3. The final row, the 7A, will be Andy Mahan. Andy Mahan in the 7A. And starting scratch on the field in the DCB Racing number 44, the current point leader, a feature winner this year with the Mass 305 sprint cars, and he was a feature winner here last April, giving him 5 career wins here at the New Egypt Speedway. That is downtown Dave Brown. Dave Brown in the number 44. He will line up last. The current point leader. Mass has run 3 feature events so far this year. Dave Brown has been in the top 5 in all 3 events. And he is always fast here, so keep your eye on him. He's in that yellow and black 44 coming down the front, also sponsored by Zyla's Landscaping. All right, field formed up here for the DCB Mass Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series, also sponsored by Capital Custom Trailers and Coaches. All-State Auto Glass heat number 3 for the Mass 305 sprint cars. Remember, all 25 cars are qualifying, so that we're competing here for the top 4. We'll get to redraw for the first 12 starting spots. Already 8 cars into that. These will take 4 more here. Here's the green flag in the air. We're underway. The sprint cars charging into turn number 1. Schweibens picking up right off the pole there, grabbing the lead. Kreider is second. Then Yule and Brenfleck. Brenfleck charging under Rory Janney for the 4th spot. Janney up on the outside of him. Then it's Kelly and Dave Brown side by side as they come down the front. 1 lap in the books. Whoa, Janney got way outside. Rooster Tail against the fence there. Loses a couple of spots. Shelby Kelly working on Brenfleck now for a redraw spot as they come down the front for the 2nd time. Shelby Kelly holding in the middle groove there with Dave Brown battling with her for that spot. They're both on Brenfleck's back bumper. Shelby Kelly right on Brenfleck now, looking for that spot one more time, and she'll take a look to the inside. Dave Brown all over her back bumper. Great race going on for the final redraw spot. Kelly on the outside of Brown. Kelly again pulls Brown off of turn 2. Here comes Brown on the inside going into 3. Dave Brown wanting to get in the redraw. He started last on the field, the point leader. By the luck of the draw, and he's under Brenfleck going into 1 here at the halfway sign. Brenfleck up to the challenge, holds him off, but Brown hanging tough right on his left rear wheel there as they head into turn number 3. The top 3 have pulled away. Schweibens is way out in front. Got a lap car to deal with, but has plenty of room for error here. And he will take his time trying to get around Mahan. It will lap him in turn 4. Here's a 2 to go sign. 2 laps to go. Kreider all by himself in second. Tim Mule with a big lead for the 3rd spot. Dave Brown has surfaced the 4th and pulling away from Brenfleck. Dave Brown from last to 4th and into the redraw. White flag out for Buddy Schweibens. Schweibens way out in front, a full straightaway over Jared Kreider. And he will take the checkered easily down the front for the win. So Buddy Schweibens winning easily there in the 35. He pulled away at will. Jared Kreider is second in the 24. 3rd was the 19A of Tim Mule, and Dave Brown comes home 4th in the number 44. There are your 4 qualifiers out of heat number 3 for the Mass 305 sprint cars. Folks, we got another car parked in a reserve spot. This is a white Ford F350. This is a white Ford F350 in spot number 3. XJV G23. Feel like I'm giving bingo numbers. XJV G23. So white Ford F350, you're in spot number 03, which is a reserve spot, please. Thank you. All right, modifieds coming out. First of 3 heats for the modifieds. And this is how they will line up in heat number 1. Starting on the pole from right here in New Egypt, driving the 5J, the Oliver Communications Group, number 5J, that is Joseph Brown. Joseph Brown in the 5J. Lining up alongside of Joe, out of Jackson, New Jersey, in the Valco wheels, number 928, Kevin Borden. 3rd starting spot, in the Kessler Own Pool Pros, number 449, that is Dakota Kessler. And lining up alongside of Kessler out of Somerset in the Spooky Brook Landscaping, number 2D, Will Dupree. 5th starting spot, the Marvels Portable Welding Atlantic Sprinklers, number 1 of the Kids Kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And alongside him in the BK Trucking at Danny's Pizza Pizzazz number 51, Hollywood Ryan Krachin. Comfort Experts number 26R is Corey Cormier. He'll start in the seventh spot. Alongside him, Danny Buck and the Craig Pondish own number 6 as we go green. And the boss, Cale Ross, is in the 112. He starts in the 9th spot. Top 5 will get handicapped. Top 6 will qualify as they head down the back. Pouch Jr. between cars taking 3rd, 3 wide there with now looking for 2nd as he's under Borden coming off a 4, and we have a yellow. Well, we got a car backwards, but he keeps on going. That is Cale Ross in the 112. Joseph Brown out in front. Pouch moving into 2nd. Borden is 3rd, and right behind him is Krachin. Krachin looking to get by Borden and Will off of turn number 4 on the low side and into 3rd. It's Brown, Pouch, the 51 of Krachin. Now Danny Buck following Krachin through. Oh, we got a car bouncing off the fence and stopping in turn 2, and that is Will Dupree. Yellow coming out. Dupree did make contact with the outside fence. I don't know how hard it was. Didn't look real hard. And he has come to a stop in the 2D at the exit of turn number 2, right in front of the caution lights there. And yellow coming out with 2 laps in the books. Joe Brown is your leader in the 5J. As Pouch, Krachin have moved up to 2nd and 3rd, and Buck was about to actually took 4th, but he'll drop back to 5th here as they did not get that last lap in. So Kevin Borden will be lined up 4th here on the restart. 5 cars will get, out of each heat will get their handicapping back for the first 15 starting spots. We do have a race in the books this year, so we will be handicapping. And then the 6th place finisher will qualify and start back in position 16, 17, and 18, depending on which heat you came out of. The 6th place finisher in this heat will start 16th. The rest of the cars will head to tonight's consolation event. We are double file on all qualifying races restarts. And in the feature events until the final 5 laps, we only go single file the final 5 laps of the features here at New Egypt. And Will Dupree needing a hook here, picking up the front of the 2D. Probably some right front damage from that contact with the wall there. We'll see if Dupree can get that fixed, get back out for the consolation event. All right, white flag coming out. Joe Brown on the inside, 2 laps complete. Billy Pouch Jr. on the outside. Brown has lane choice, picks the inside. Krachin and Borden, then Buck and Cormier are the top 6. And it's Ross and Kessler on the last row. All right, here they come. And we are green in the 1 and 2. Pouch on the outside, grabbing the lead off of turn 2 and down the back. Krachin working underneath Joe Brown, looking for a second as he tries to follow Pouch to the front. Off of turn 4, it'll be Krachin second as he chases after Pouch. Danny Buck on the bottom of Kevin Borden will take the 4th spot. Cale Ross right in his wake, trying to get by Borden, and now will challenge Borden and pass him on the backstretch going through the tri-oval. Meanwhile, Buck charging underneath the 5J of Brown and into 3rd. Danny Buck now looks to the outside. It is Pouch by about 7 car lengths over Krachin. Buck the third, then it's Brown and Cale Ross. Ross has no handicapping because he was not here last Saturday. Borden in that 6th and final transfer spot. Corey Cormier right behind him. It'll be 2 to go here. 2 laps to go in this 8-lap heat race. Heat number 1 for the modified. Cormier trying to get by Borden for the final transfer spot. Through 3 and 4, Pouch showing the way on cruise control at this point as he charges past the white flag. Cormier went to the outside looking for something there, and now Dakota Kessler is trying to work underneath them. They're side by side. Final 2 turns, it's going to be Billy Pouch Jr. winning heat number 1. So the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr., is your winner here in heat number 1. Second was the 51 of Ryan Krachin. Third, the 6 of Danny Buck. Fourth was the 5J of Joseph Brown. Fifth, the 112 of Cale Ross. And finishing 6th, the 928 of Kevin Borden. That's how they finish here in heat number 1 for your qualifiers. Heat number 2 for the modifieds will roll out on the Speedway, and they will line up this way, lining up on the pole. In the K&A Excavating, Cure Insurance, Atlantic Wood Floors number 51M, the Flying Farmer, Wade Hendrickson. And lining up alongside of him, in the Harry's U Pullet number 44 out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, the Wind Gap Warrior, Frank Cozy. Third starting spot from Fairfield, New Jersey, in the Bel Air Transport number 27 is Frank Venezia. And lining up alongside of Venezia out of Vineland, driving to Mancini Custom Homes number 13T, that is Anthony Tramontana Jr. Fifth starting position in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79 from Trenton Davy Salmons. And lining up alongside of Salmons in the Crescent Hydraulics Incorporated number 24, DJ Hunt. The last row on the inside in the Prime Design Landscaping number 27 out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. And lining up last on the field, he was a feature winner here last Saturday night in our first event of the 2025 season. He drives the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Strober Wright Roofing, number 26. The Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. Godown, our defending champion, has won 6 championships here, looking for a record-breaking 7th this year, and we are green in heat number 2. Hendrickson charging to the front, Cozy and him trade positions here. Look out, Tanner Van Doren getting in the brakes there and stopping in turn number 2. Yellow lights come on. Looks like cars got kind of jammed up there. I don't know if somebody was out of shape in front of him, but it looked like he got in the brakes to keep from hitting the car in front of him, and the car kind of spun sideways and came to a stop. Looks like he stalled it out, and he will rejoin at the rear. That only cost him 1 spot, as he started 7th. Now he'll be 8th, and Godown will move up to 7th, so they're on the same road, just reversed. And the pace truck told to head to the infield as we got cars are lined up and we can get a start here. We'll go right back to racing here. Heat number 2 for the modifieds. Wade Hendrickson bringing them to green. Cozy on the outside, racing. And it's Wade Hendrickson once again getting the lead with Frank Cozy second as they head down the back. 3 wide for the 4th spot. It was Tanner Van Doren on the inside. And now the yellow's out. We're going to have a complete restart. Van Doren got a great start. We have a car hard into the outside guardrail on the backstretch, and that is Anthony Tramontana Jr.
That car got serious airtime on the backstretch. We're going to look up at the replays now, but that was that 3 wide battle, and it looks like he ran out of room right after the middle of the tri-oval and slammed the outside wall. Car nearly went over. And we're going to try to look at it again in a couple of angles here, see what we got of this. But I looked up and I saw that car flying in the air. See that? The whole rear end of the car was off the ground by about 2 feet. And that was a little bit after he hit the wall. So big hit for, yeah, he's out of the car, Pete. But that was a major incident in the backstretch.
Well, Anthony Tramontana out of the car. He's okay over there. Car hitting the fence there. They were 3 wide. Van Doren was way down on the bottom, and it actually cleared that 3 wide before that contact happened. Not sure if he caught it or if he made contact with the car in the middle there, which I think was Davey Salmons. Venezia was in front of that 3 wide battle. Van Doren was working on him when the yellow came out. Don't believe we got a lap in here, so we'll see. Replay if you're watching on YouTube. Looks like he may have gotten over one of the wheels on the right side of Davey Salmon's car there and got in the air before he hit the fence and actually hit the fence in the air. Watching on that replay that time. Tramontana had a pretty hard hit last week in the feature before a lap was complete. Looks like they're going to need a double hook over there for Tramontana's car. And I was just talking to Anthony and his family before the races, and they had a hard crash at the start of the feature last week, costing them 2 tires, brand new tires, before they even had a lap on them. This has some serious damage, I think, here. Now, Tramontana has a backup car here, but they had it here just to shake down. That's their Delaware car that they were going to race next weekend. They had just put that car back together and told me it was just here to get some laps. It's not even entered into a heat race tonight. David Malozar was going to shake it down at the back of one of the heats and possibly at the back of a Consi, as they are looking to head to Delaware with the modifieds off here next Saturday. We'll see if he decides to move into that car and enter it. As the double hook now picking up the 13T and will cradle him back to the pits. What a tough break for Tramontana here on the first lap of heat number 2.
Pete, that's the first time we've seen a car go off on the double hook this year, and hopefully it'll be the last time, but certainly one of the more serious incidents we've had. We've only had 2 complete shows, the dirt show and last week, but unfortunately a lot of damage on that Tramontana automobile tough break for Anthony out there. As you said, you were talking to him in the pits, and they had a rough start on that opening lap pile up on the feature last week, and hoping for good things here tonight, and now they're going off on the cradle.
And it looks like they have to stop the readjust here. They're putting the car down. One of the wreckers still on the track on the apron there as they're double hooked, and it looks like they did not have it. They need to rehook it.
Tough spot on the track to have a crash. That's the fastest part of the racetrack, that short chute leading into turn 3, and it narrows up. And there's not a lot of room in the groove they're running today between that outside wall and where they're racing. So really a hard hit. Glad to see he's all right, and hopefully that'll be the last we need the wreckers this evening.
Folks, once again, want to thank Good Earth Nursery and Garden Center Flowers. They gave flowers to the first 50 moms through the gate here tonight. Good Earth Nursery and Garden Center is located in Cream Ridge, New Jersey, just 10 minutes from the Speedway on Route 539. They are a full-service garden center providing all growing essentials and plants. And this is a red, but all our caution flags have been sponsored by the Roost Restaurant, located at Cream Ridge Golf Course, just 10 minutes up the road from the Speedway here in Cream Ridge. Cream Ridge Golf Course right here on Route 539. They offer a beautiful and relaxing atmosphere. Be sure and take your mom to dinner there tomorrow night. You can look them up on the web at theroostrestaurant.com or visit their Facebook page. Folks, if you're in the mood for food, head over to see Cindy at the main concessions right behind the tower. You can try anything on the delicious menu, which includes hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken fingers, cheesesteaks, sausage sandwiches, and more. And be sure and wash your meal down with an ice cold Pepsi Cola product. If you're watching on YouTube, we thank you for tuning in. We want you to hit that subscribe button and become our new best friend here at New Egypt Speedway. We want to continue to bring you the races for free on YouTube streaming services, so be sure and hit the subscribe button. And if there's any businesses out there that want to start to sponsor with us on this free streaming service, we get a lot of hits. We had almost 1,700 hits in our reviews in our first week. We got a bunch tonight already. We had almost 600 people watching in heat number 1 already here tonight. As we go green, back to green here in heat number 2, as we'll take a third try at getting a lap in here as we work through 1 and 2. It is the 51M of Hendrickson once again grabbing the lead with Cozy second, Venezia and Salmons. Go down into a handicapping spot. He's into the top 5 now in the 26, and then it's Van Doren and DJ Hunt. Through 1 and 2, all packed up there at the back of the field. Salmons takes third. Go down to fourth now as Venezia on the bubble of the handicapping. Wade Hendrickson will lead lap number 2 down the front with Frank Cozy in hot pursuit. Cozy gets a nice run through there, right up to the back bumper of Wade Hendrickson as they go back down the back. DJ Hunt getting by Venezia into the handicapping. He is now in the 5th spot. Van Doren looking to get a transfer spot. There's him in the 27 of Venezia going at a pair of 27s battling for that 6th and final transfer spot. Go down goes to the outside. One of the few cars up there. Cozy will try the outside in turn 3 on Hendrickson as Go down goes to work on the outside of Salmons. Down the front Hendrickson staying in front of Cozy. Go down up on the outside. Salmons, we got a 4-car battle for the top spot here. Whoa, go down right against the fence there. Loses some ground and still in 4th with DJ Hunt there. Venezia is still holding off TVD back there for 6th. 5 laps down, 3 to go. The top 5 remain the same, but they are nose to tail. As it is Hendrickson showing the way. Cozy has tried everything here. He's looking to the outside again. Here comes Go Down back on the outside again, trying to get around Salmons. The bottom seems to be the place to be. Salmon still trying to get by Cozy. Go Down up on the back bumper of Salmon, staying on the low side this time. Seeing if he can get a little different. Now he'll go to the outside in 3 again. And he gets alongside of Salmons. White flag is out and Go Down to 3rd on the outside. Great move by Go Down into 3rd, now up on Cozy's bumper. Cozy is all over the back bumper of Hendrickson. Final 2 turns, Wade Hendrickson on the bottom. Cozy elects to stay right on his back bumper. He'll pull out, nothing there. It'll be Hendrickson taking the win here in Heat 2. So your winner is Wade Hendrickson, the 51M. Great job there as he holds off all comers. 2nd was the 44 of Frank Cozy. 3rd, the 26 of Ryan Go Down. 4th was the 79 of Davey Salmons. And 5th, and final car to get their handicapping back, the 24 of DJ Hunt. And Tanner Van Doren won that battle of the 27s back there for the 6th and final transfer spot. Van Doren finishing 6th. In what we are scoring as the 27T. All right, 3rd and final modified heat, rolling trackside. And this is how they will line up, starting on the pole. He drives the Vuklavicek Racing number 3V out of Saraville, New Jersey. That is Dominic Buffalino. Lining up alongside of Buffalino from South Brunswick, right next to Saraville. Driving the number 7, Chris Garback. Third starting spot from Flemington, New Jersey. Driving the Precision White House number 37, that is Brian Cool. And lining up alongside of Cool out of Hamilton in the Valco wheels, Elite Auto Service number 323, that is Johnny Bangs. Jim Houseworth is in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72. He'll start in that 5th position. And lining up alongside of him out of Phillipsburg, driving the number 5 is Jack Butler. Jack Butler in the 5. The last row in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M is Paul Mancini. And starting alongside of him on row number 4 out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, in the number 9 is Joe Choate, and we believe that is David Malozar shaking down the 13T at the rear of the field, and we are green. In the 1 and 2 Vuklavicek, or Buffalino off the top side of the Vuklavicek number 3V, and he is leading lap number 1 here as he will bring it off of 4 and down the front. Here comes Brian Cole down in the bottom for 2nd under Garback. Cool getting under Garback. Garback fighting back on the outside. Got a nose up alongside of him, but it's Cool into the 2nd spot down the backstretch. Garback back in 3rd over Banks. Paul Mancini into a handicapping spot. He is currently 5th and on the bubble of that. Jack Butler is 6th. And it's Houseworth and Choate as they go down the back. Malozar keeping the field right in front of him here as he puts some laps on that extra 13T that is here. It is all Buffalino right now over Brian Cool. They have pulled away. Mancini has taken over fourth and now working on third as he tries to get by Johnny Banks. Bangs in the third spot. Mancini fourth. Jack Butler under Garback down the front looking for fifth. They're side by side in turn two, and it is Butler getting the spot now and into the handicapping. And Houseworth looking for a transfer spot. Tim and Garback side by side for sixth. Houseworth works by Garback and was scored sixth at the end of lap number 5 there, 3 to go. This will be 2 laps to go for Buffalino down the front, 2 to go. Into turn number 3, it's Buffalino, Cool, Bangs, Mancini the top 4. Jack Butler is 5th. Houseworth a couple car lengths behind him in 6th, and then it's Joe Toth now to 7th, and he gets by Garback. Final time around, it's all Buffalino. He's been fast since the start, and Buffalino will win heat number 3. Brian Cool coming home second. So your winner is Dominic Buffalino in the 3V. Second was the 37 of Brian Cool. Johnny Bangs was third in the 323. Fourth, the 7M of Paul Mancini, and Jack Butler was fifth in the number 5. They will go across the scale, and they are the cars that will be handicapped out of heat number 3. Your sixth and final qualifier, the 72 of Jim Houseworth. So that completes modified heat races. If you're watching on YouTube, all right, next up is our vintage exhibition race. The pace truck pulling back into the infield here. All right, vintage cars coming up onto the Speedway. Now, I apologize. I don't have names for these vintage cars, so I'll apologize ahead of time. I already see that there's the number 10 is a new car out here.
This is a exhibition, Pete, but you know the driver's mentality. They treat it like a race. I've seen these guys here for many years and in other tracks across the Northeast, and they do not like to be called an exhibition class. They actually go at it.
All right, the cars pulling away. A lot of vintage cars here tonight. That yellow number 4 is up there, along with the 29 alongside of him. And that number 10, a nice sedan from the 70s, 60s, 70s. Looks more like 70s to me. Then an early coupe, the number 43. 27 Junior is out there, the 92, former Harry Taylor car. Former statewide number 3 back there. That is a car that was driven by Billy Osmond. Of course, a lot of drivers drove for the statewide team. The 707, former Paul Dizio number 707 replica here. That car was driven by numerous people. I remember Stan Plosky driving that car. I think it says Jim Marco on top of the car. That's probably the car owner now, maybe who drives it. It's also driven by Dub May back in the 70s, the 707. They had numerous drivers as well. And it looks like Fred Fletcher made it out in the 141. That's a beautifully looking number 141 there, that coupe. He had some issues with it. Got 9 cars out there. That's the most vintage cars I've seen here in a long time for this exhibition. All right, green coming out for this exhibition event.
You look at that front row, the 4 out there, and that blue car running right behind him, Pete. That certainly brings back memories to my first visits to the dirt tracks back in the early to mid 80s. I mentioned my mom's here tonight. My mom made a lot of Friday night trips to East Windsor dropping me off. She'd go to the Freehold Mall. I'd watch the races. And of course, you'd follow that Friday night off with a trip to Flemington on Saturday and see a lot of the same cars out there. And those are certainly the body styles reminiscent of the mid to late 80s, and in some cases the early 90s when we had the sportsman division really take off in New Jersey. So those gremlin style looking cars, that's my childhood out there. The coupes, some of your childhood. And for all the kids here, we've had pretty much the same bodies on the modified since the late 90s, early 2000s.
Well, the coupes and sedans date back to my young childhood. Don't want to date myself, but I was fortunate enough to grow up where it started with mostly coupes and some sedans, like that number 10. They used to sell plastic coupes like that you could get at the concession stand. They all had the same number on them. They were just kind of imprinted, but they were different colors. And then I got to watch the Pintos like the 92 out there, and Vegas and Mustang and all kinds of different bodies, and eventually the Gremlins, and they were all out there at the same time, which was very cool in the late 80s or late 70s, early 80s.
A coupe racing at East Windsor in the early 90s. Do you remember that car, Pete? I'm gonna pick your brain. Do you remember that coupe at East Windsor? That, well, I don't know about competitively, but it was out there with the modifieds each and every week. The McGill number 83.
That's right. The McGill's had a coupe for quite a while. The most famous one I remember and was very competitive, was one of the last ones that was real competitive against the Gremlins in the 80s, was Danny Klockner in a 55. I remember him really, he was always fast with that car. It was a beautiful car too. The 29 and the 4 are putting on a great show here. 29 has taken the lead from the 4. And we'll take the checkered and the yellow together here for this exhibition. Usually I get sheets from somebody with the vintage cars. So knowing that that did not happen, next time they are here, I will go through the pits and get the names from the guys and make sure I have them for you. Well, I apologize for that. I apologize to the drivers as well. We need to get them to sign in or something so we at least have a roster. But I can get them from them next time. Great show, great looking cars out there. Some really nice looking cars from the 80s and early 90s all the way back into the 60s pretty much, all on the track at the same time. And 9 is the best field we have had here in quite a while. Well, Ryan Godown also has 2 cars here, and I believe this is one of his cars he travels with, and he is going to get some highlights. It might be the car, that might be his Super Dirt Series car. They're at Georgetown on Tuesday night for the first time in 10 years, and I didn't talk to Ryan, but that would make sense of why he's shaking it down here. To get ready for that show. That's going to be a great show Tuesday night. Let's go down getting up to speed for a couple of hot laps here. Well, next up will be our 25-lap four-cylinder feature event. Some extra laps for the four-cylinders. Remember, we gave extra laps last week to the Sportsman and the Street Stock. So as the four-cylinders pull out on the track, we have 19 of them here. I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Big Jim Murdoch, to call the action for the four-cylinders. Jim? And before he does, I just want to mention that we have the traveling four-cylinder division, the SCDRA four-cylinders, which I heard travel with about 40 cars, are going to be here next Saturday night as one of our two headline divisions, along with the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman as the modifieds are off. But remember, it is only $10 admission next Saturday night here, Fan Appreciation Night. So, and that SCDRA four-cylinder race is going to pay $2,500 to win. So it's going to be a great show, and we'll welcome. Make sure you're here next Saturday night to view that. You can also watch on YouTube. So let's turn it over to Jim Murdoch as he calls all the action with and first he has the lineup.
Yeah, Pete, that's exciting next Saturday night. The first visit ever for that traveling four-cylinder class. They run a lot of the twin-tier tracks up in northern Pennsylvania and southern New York, the Capital District. We have about 20 of our own four-cylinder drivers tonight. So let's see how many four-cylinders we can get to pack the New Egypt Speedway pits in just 1 week from tonight. Here's the way our four-cylinder drivers will go to the line. On the pole, Penny Dunn in the 51P. Justin Dunn on her outside. Justin Benz and Dominic Antilelli make up row number 2. Row 3, Mike Fox, Eric Degler. Row 4, Joe Gary, Bobby Drayton the 4th. Row 5, Robbie Dunn, Scott Dunn. Row 6, Bob Drayton, Joe Gary Jr. Row 7, Dale Mull, Mark Stein Sr., row number 8 on the inside, Chris Rack, and Robbie Steinmetz, row 9, Ryan Marr, Kelly Fleming, and John Chalella will start shotgun. Folks, this is your wave lap. Start in turn 4, go all the way to turn numbers 1 and 2. Let's get that wave starting right now in the pit grandstands. Keep that wave going. Wave your hats, wave your Ariana Racing News, wave your kids, wave whatever you have. Wave your ice cream pops. They'll wave back at you. Yeah, I'm talking to you down there in the front. Let's keep that wave going. We just realized we are missing Kyle O'Hurley, our four-cylinder champion. He's at a wedding tonight. So he's doing the right thing with the family and friends, going to the wedding. He's got to give up his passion of stock car racing. But here we go, 19 cars strong, ready to take the green flag. Penny Dunn, Justin Benz, Dom the Bomb, your front 2 rows. Double green flags are in the air. We're racing in the 4 cylinders. Justin Dunn jumps out to an early lead. Oh, Drayton high against the outside wall. He's in the fence. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, scraping against the outside wall. He keeps going. A big pack of cars working their way through turns 3 and 4. Justin Dunn with the lead. Dominic Antonelli 2nd. Degler's 3rd. Benz is 4th, and a mob behind them. Yellow flag, caution on the Speedway for there is a car stuck right behind the tractor in front of the Ellery's Bar and Grill sign. The 03. Scott Dunn. There's about 18 Dunns in this feature. Half the last names are Dunn in this feature, folks. That was Scott Dunn in the 03 that has stalled right in the middle of the short chute. We're going to go white flag and go racing next time by. He's got that car moving. 1 lap in, 24 big laps to go.
The 6 is Dale Mull.
How many Dominic Antonelli fans are here tonight? How many Dunn fans are in the house? One of the 11 Dunns. See, we had 18, now we're down to 11. There's actually 4. There's actually 4 drivers with the last name of Dunn in the 4-cylinder division field tonight. Pretty cool. Hey, 50/50 sellers are right in section 5. If you're looking for your 50/50, she's right there at the flag stand. Flag her down. She'll sell you tickets, and we'll draw a number after the first feature after intermission, usually the modified feature. The pace quickens. The green comes back out, and we're back underway. Justin Dunn leading the pack of 4 cylinders back into turns 1 and 2. Dominic Antonelli, Eric Degler, Justin Benz battling hard for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Meanwhile, behind them, they're 3 wide in a couple of rows. Oh, hot to trot on the 4 cylinders on lap number 2. All sorts of sideways coming off of 4. We got a Joe Gary Sr. is slow on the outside in the 26. That kind of bottlenecked everybody. Back up front, Degler was able to get around Dom the Bomb, move him back to 3rd, move Degler up to 2nd. Still 3 wide behind them. Justin Benz in the 88B on the outside. Here comes Bobby Drayton. Daddy Drayton there in the X09, if you will. Joe Gary Jr. in that 1990s Mark Martin paint scheme going back into turn 3. That's the old Valvoline colors from the early 90s. Justin Dunn continues to lead. Degler second. Dominic Antonelli third. Bobby Drayton Sr. will call him as fourth. Mikey Fox is about to get passed by another one of the Hamilton clan, Joe Gary Jr. in the 30. Justin Benz right behind him. Pair of 30s battling it. They're all friends. Going into 1 and 2. Benz watching that right in front of him. Now Bobby Drayton is closing in on Dominic Antonelli. That's a battle for third as Justin Dunn leads the way. Bobby Drayton looking to the inside of Dom the Bomb. Thinks about putting a nose to the inside of the left rear fender. Falls back in line that time. As we complete another lap, 7 laps on the board, 18 to go. A lot of time left in this 4-cylinder feature. First feature of the evening. Further back, 3 wide with Dale Mull, Penny Dunn, and Joe Gary Sr. We're watching battles all over the track because up front things have settled down. Bobby Drayton has moved around Dominic Antonelli. That moves Bobby Drayton Sr. up to third, and he's now going to try to track down Eric Degler for second. As Degler starts to reel in Justin Dunn, here comes your leaders again passing the start-finish line. Through 1 and 2, Degler reeling in. He's cut that lead down to about 3 car lengths. Through the tri-oval, they're heading back into 3 and 4 once again. Degler finding some speed in that number 19. Eric Degler in the 19 is tracking down your leader, Justin Dunn. All eyes shifting to the front of the field through turn 2 and the backstretch. 10 laps in, still not even halfway yet, but Eric Degler is on a charge. Eric Degler has Justin Dunn in his sights. 11 laps complete. Battle for the lead back into turns 1 and 2. Trouble in turn 2. Yellow flag right in front of the leaders. Oh boy! They got it woed down. They split the difference there. Getting around. It looks like Bobby Drayton the 4th and another car. That's the 97S of Robbie Steinmetz, I believe, getting turned around. Oh, how about this battle for the lead now? This is going to close everybody up. And Eric Degler in that 19 is going to find himself side by side, fender to fender with Justin Dunn on this next restart. We've got 10 laps complete, I believe. And that makes it 15 to go. They're calling for the hook on the 409. Hopefully he just needs a push. I didn't see any hard contact over there, but I kind of caught it late. But all that action happening right in front of your lead duo. Again, extra money on the line, courtesy of Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets, an extra $200 to the winner. And this is just an appetite, if you will, an appetizer for what's going to happen next Saturday night with the 4-cylinder touring division. Again, they bring tons of cars up in the Twin Tiers region, those tracks like Pencan and Thunder Mountain. So Justin Dunn is first. Eric Degler runs second. Bobby Drayton third. Dom the Bomb fourth. Joe Gary Jr. is fifth in the 30. Mikey Fox is sixth in the other 30. Justin Benz was running seventh in the green 88B. Joe Gary Sr. is out there in the 28th. He's eighth. One of the Dunns is ninth. Penny Dunn is 9th, and the 44, Kelly Fleming.
Kelly Fleming's in the 44. Penny Dunn's in that purple and black 51.
Yep. Penny Dunn, 9th, in the 51, and the 44, Kelly Fleming. Yeah, we're looking at the all-time feature winners. The cream has risen to the top. Justin Dunn, your leader, is the all-time leader when it comes to four-cylinder feature wins, and it's not even close. He's got about 24 wins, but everybody in the top 5 has multiple feature wins. Now, Eric Degler has a pair of wins, but they came back in 2023. So it's been a bit for the 19 to find victory lane. Bobby Drayton, of course, has won. He picked up a couple last year. He's got 3 wins, and Dominic Antonelli has 3 wins in his career as well. Joe Gary Jr. has a bunch of wins, 5 to be exact. Mike Fox has 7 wins. We think Justin Benz is the first driver in the field without a feature win. Joe Gary Sr. is second on the all-time feature wins with 10 wins. So you can see just how far in front Justin Dunn and the Dunn family have been so instrumental in supporting and getting this division off the ground. They've been here for about 10 years now, I'd say. And maybe a little bit less than that. But, you know, with 20 cars in attendance, that is a good showing for the four cylinders. There are a lot of cars out there. People are building these things all the time. And it's neat because you can pretty much bring a four-cylinder to any dirt track and find a division that'll fit the rules. We've had drivers run their asphalt cars from wall here on the dirt. All they do is change the tires, the shocks. One car dumping to the pits. I think that's the 197 of Mark Stein Sr. heading pit side. We started with 19. We got 13 left, so 6 cars have retired. Chris Rack is one of them in the 7. I think he did start the feature despite his pretty hard crash in turn 1 in the heat race. So 10 laps in, 15 to go. Who will it be, Justin Dunn or Eric Degler? Who will get the jump on this restart? A slow pace through turns 3 and 4. Green comes out. Yeah, Dunn picking the outside lane, and I don't know if it's going to work for him. Here comes Degler up the inside. Dunn able to hold his speed, but it gets awfully slick on that outside groove. Eric Degler, nose is ahead. Eric Degler with the lead. Dunn crisscrosses lines. He's going to try to charge back to the inside. Oh, they were close out of 4. Dunn dives low to the inside. Thought about a slide job. Not enough momentum that time. Bobby Drayton watching all of this, thinking about how he can get around both of them and steal one away here tonight. He'll go home with his own money. 12 laps in, 13 to go. Next time by will be your official halfway point. Top 3 running nose to tail. Behind them, a couple of good battles. Battle shaping up for 4th and a battle shaping up for 7th. Another lap around. This time by, the halfway signal is given. Here comes Bobby Drayton to the inside, wants that runner-up shot. Bobby Drayton wants that runner-up position. He's to the inside of Degler, to the inside of Dunn. Fender to fender, wheel to wheel through 3 and 4. Still side by side for that number 2 position. Bobby Drayton. Nose is ahead. Can he make it stick? Justin Dunn's momentum carries him back around for that second position. He holds on for now. This time by, it'll be 10 laps to go. 10 to go for Eric Degler. Side by side for a couple rows in the middle of 1 and 2. That's Dominic Antonelli. Joe Gary Jr., Mikey Fox, and Joe Gary Sr., the whole Hamilton clan, are all racing close to each other. Let's have a look back up front. Degler pulling away. Bobby Drayton trying to mount another charge on Justin Dunn. This time Drayton goes to the top side and Mikey Fox pulls out. Mikey Fox pulls off the track with something wrong with his right front tire, bent the wrong way. He might need a wrecker down there to move that 30 from where he has stopped. Dominic Antonelli now feeling the pressure from Joe Gary Jr. That's a good battle for 4th. That battle for 4th going through the tri-oval backstretch right now as your leaders are still single file up front. There's the side-by-side battle for 4th through turns 3 and 4 down the front stretch. 7 laps to go. Seven laps to go. That battle for 4th, still the best one on the racetrack as we're monitoring what's happening up front. Still single file. But Joe Gary Jr. reeling in Dom, and there goes a wheel. There goes his mud sponge on the 88. That right rear handling much differently now that that mud plug came out. That's a big piece of spongy foam they put in their wheels to stop mud and dirt from accumulating in there. 5 laps to go. 5 to go now for Degler as that battle for 4th continues on the front stretch. Joe Gary Jr. to the inside of Antonelli. Back up front, battle for the lead. They're going back into turns 1 and 2. Eric Degler slowing down in the 19. Here comes Justin Dunn. That battle for the lead on the backstretch out of turn 2. Battle for the lead through the tri-oval going into turn number 3. Here comes Justin Dunn. It looked like Degler slowed that last lap. He's losing momentum out of turn 4. That's where Dunn closed up last time. Side by side, wheel to wheel for the lead. 3 laps to go, the top 3 under a blanket. A preview of next week's big 4-cylinder championship race. Through the tri-oval into 3 and 4. Degler has it by a whisker. As Dunn slowed down, but there's some smoke coming out of Degler. Degler's got some smoke coming out of the right rear. That car pulls lame. The car slows down. Battle for the lead in front of him. Bobby Drayton with the lead. Justin Dunn now runs second as Degler limps down the backstretch. This time by, they'll see the yellow flag. Yellow flag, caution on the Speedway for a limping Eric Degler. Oh, what a turn of events. Well, Bobby Drayton, this will be a single file restart. Bobby Drayton is your leader. Justin Dunn finding a lot of speed over those last couple laps, but now we know Eric Degler had a major issue, a terminal issue on your former leader in the 19. Tough break, was looking for his first win in 2 years, and that car came up lame. Now the big question is, if Bobby Drayton can hold on for the next 2 laps, what's he going to do to that $200 bonus money? That's his money from the Drayton family. He put up for the winner $200 extra besides what we pay them. So we are single file because we're in that 5 laps to go window. Folks, if you're watching at home, all feature, and folks in the stands, all feature restarts are double file until the last 5 laps. Then it's single file. The wing sprint cars do something a little bit differently. But our regular divisions are all double file restarts until 5 to go. So we'll see. Bobby Drayton, Justin Dunn, Joe Gary Jr. up to 3rd. Up next, intermission. Green flag comes out. Green, white, and checker. Antonelli to the outside. Contact with Joe Gary Jr. Joe Gary Jr. getting into the left rear of Dominic Antonelli. There goes his other mud plug. We've got flying pink mud plugs on the backstretch. White flag, this time by. 1 lap to go for Bobby Drayton. Bobby Drayton in control of this. Half a lap to go. And we'll bring him down to the checker flag.
Final 2 turns for Bobby Drayton. Justin Dunn in tow, but about a 5-car length lead. Double checkered flags are out, and Bobby Drayton will take the win here, his 4th in the 4 cylinders since making his comeback. Racing with his son, and Bobby Drayton takes the win. That is his 4th in 2 years, his 2nd of the year. He is 2 for 2 now, as he takes the 25-lap feature event. Jim making his way down to do victory lane as Bobby Drayton heads for the scale.
Yeah, I know. I'm laughing.
Kind of overshot it there. He's going to have to go around. Justin Dunn finishing 2nd.
Hey, if you have time, can you move to something else so I can get in, or do you want me to just slow through?
And I believe Joe Gary Jr. was 3rd.
The good thing is, Dominic Antonelli will never lose his mud plugs because they're fluorescent pink all over the racetrack. Now we wait for Bobby Drayton to cross the scales. He does. He makes weight. And he will collect his 4th 4-cylinder win. Mr. Bob's Portable Toilets. Pulls in the victory lane. Getting all the equipment off. Mr. Bob Motorsports, and we'll find out where that extra $200 is going to go.
Not right there. I can't tell. Grandpa, you stole the golf cart.
Bobby Drayton, the 4th, joins Dad in victory lane. Getting ready to climb from the car. New Egypt Speedway, give him a hand. Folks at home, cheer at your TVs as well, because for the 4th time in his career, Bobby Drayton is your 4-cylinder feature winner. Oh, Bobby, nice job out there. It was a really good battle between you and Justin Dunn and Eric Degler, and then Eric had problems with the right rear, it looks like. He started to slow down, then the car came up lame on the backstretch. You were in a position to capitalize on whatever mechanical woes he was having. How'd it feel from the cockpit?
Horrible. That was a horrible race car. I don't really deserve to be standing here. We weren't good enough, but sometimes luck prevails, right?
You have to set yourself up to capitalize on the misfortunes of others.
Yeah, them guys were fast, and I was doing everything that I know to do, and this car was a handful, and my arms are aching, but everything I tried, I actually was doing worse. I had to calm myself down, but the only reason I called him is I think Degler obviously had a problem, and then once Dunn got under him running side by side, it just slows you down, and I got close enough to make that move, or Dunn probably would have had this sucker. But I got to say, thanks to the crew, thanks to my beautiful wife, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Mom, if you're watching. And to all the moms out there, thanks for coming out.
2 questions for you, Bobby. Number one, how excited are you with the touring series coming in next Saturday? Do you think the New Egypt locals can give these touring experts a run for their money?
Not with this car. I got to do some work. But no, it's good stuff. It brings attention to this division. That's what we're trying to do. There should be something. I got to pull a pill here because I said if I won, the 200 extra Mr. Bob Bucks goes to whoever I pull. Do you know anything about that?
That was my next question for you. Who's going to get the money?
I got to pull it out of it. I don't just hand it to anybody. All right. I got to pull it out.
Well, when you pull it out, let the pit shack know who gets it, and we'll announce to the crowd who gets that extra $200. I don't think we have it here. Somebody has it. Clay has it at the pit shack. So you go back over there, you can pull it, and then we'll let them know. I don't have that kind of money on me.
Hand it out.
Not yet. One more time, folks. Let him hear it. Bobby Drayton, for the 4th time in his career, wins the 4-cylinder feature. And I believe this brings us up to our intermission. So Pete will send it quickly back upstairs to you, and you can tell the folks what's going on, how long they have, what people at home are going to see while we're waiting in line for food and drinks.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. And the 4-cylinder feature in the books. This is intermission time. This will be your chance to grab something to eat or drink or both down at the concession stand. Grab some of the New Egypt Speedway apparel fresh off the presses from Bob Hilbert Sportswear. The 2025 apparel on sale directly underneath the announcer's tower behind the main grandstand here by the concession stands. After intermission, we will have the news feature event, the modifieds, and the Mass 305s in that order. Want to remind you to take your mom to the Roost Restaurant up at Cream Ridge Golf Course tomorrow for Mother's Day. It's a beautiful day again tomorrow, I have heard, for Mother's Day. And we want to thank all the mothers and wish them happy Mother's Day. We want to thank Good Earth Nursery and Garden Center for the flowers for the first 50 moms that came in tonight. They're located right up the road here on Route 539 in Cream Ridge. If you're joining us on YouTube, we want to thank you for joining in. We want to remind you to hit the subscribe button. And we are at intermission here. However, we are going to have some really cool features we're going to play for you right now. Some of the highlights from last week for both the crates and the modifieds. We have a couple videos for that. And then we will also have some interviews with the 2 winners from those races on separate clips as well, and a couple other neat features. So be sure and stay tuned, and we'll keep you entertained during intermission. And we will cut back live here at when intermission is over or at the conclusion of these 5 different clips we have for you.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service. To send them loose here in the street stocks. 15 big laps of racing. Green is out. Spider Enzinger, Corey Fleming side by side, wheel to wheel, 2 and 3 wide behind them. Corey Fleming noses ahead through the tri-oval back into turn number 3. Behind them, Darren Cox gets into Patrick Force. Just a little bit, everybody straightens out. We got a car on the wall, hard off of turn 4. Again, this time, 14 laps to go. Rob Ormsby putting the pressure as they're 3 wide behind them. Oh, wow. Darren Cox and Patrick Force just got close out of turn 2 that time. Everybody straightens out. Corey Fleming leads lap number 2. Into the restart zone. Green comes out. And Ormsby noses ahead immediately. Now he's going to drop down and take the line away from Corey Fleming. Rob Ormsby, we've seen it before, pulling away in the 19. Fought battle. Cox once again coming back is going to try a slide job on him. Nothing there as the white flag comes out. The entertainment's far behind the leader as Patrick Force now joins a 3-car battle for 3rd. Half a lap to go for Rob Ormsby. It's all Rob Ormsby. An entertaining battle as now Darren Cox has gotten around Spider Enzinger. Out of turn 4. The double checker flags are in the air for Rob Ormsby. Fleming is in 2nd, Cox 3rd, Enzinger 4th. Chris Lane rebounding from that spin. Brian Ludwig, Enzinger Sr. And meanwhile, we've got a feature to conclude on opening night. Green is out. Stan Plosky to 3rd. Stan the man charges through turns 1 and 2. Here comes Mick D'Agostino. Mick D'Agostino quickly up to 2nd. Brendan Hires, high, wide, and handsome out of turn number 4. Plosky shows the way back into 1. Here he goes again, looks low, as Shea Wills was right there as well. Off of turn 4, wheel to wheel, side by side for the lead. Mick D'Agostino inches ahead. Can he make it stick off of 2? He does. Mick D'Agostino, your new leader. Shea Wills to the outside. Oh, they make contact. That was close entering turn 3. Shea Wills got into the back tail tank of Stan Plosky. And here comes Brendan Hires now up to 4th. On the outside, he chooses the outside lane. It works for him out of turn 4. Shea Wills gives him a good run for his money back into 1 and 2. He's actually going to slide right in front of him, but now washes out on the loose stuff. Maintains the lead over Mick D'Agostino. D'Agostino's going to have to work for this one as Brendan Hires nearly put that right rear into the outside guardrail through the tri-oval.
Fans and the drivers for putting up with our rain delay before and sticking with us. Here's the white flag, final lap of the night as they race through 1 and 2. And Shea Wills is 2 turns now from victory. First victory of the year, his first. He'll be first in points as he takes the checkered win number 4 of his career here at New Egypt.
I guess now you wish every day was your birthday. This is a pretty good way to celebrate your birthday, pal.
It's like 3 times I've done it on my birthday. I've won.
Well, that's cool, right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
You've been around here for a long time, man. You've seen a lot of things change. A lot of things been different around here at New Egypt. But you've always been a mainstay. You've always made New Egypt Speedway your home. Tonight we got a little bit of rain. Track got a little bit different, but you got fast, man. You got it done.
Yeah, we've been working on it hard all year. I mean, it's been 2 years of getting beat on by a lot of guys, and straight division stuff. It's really hard trying to find speed out of these cars with these engines. But we're working on it, and we're catching up. And listen, we had some good starting spots, so I'll take it though. But sometimes I'll take luck.
What about the kids in this division? Them young guns or something?
Without them, I'd never retire. That's why that's the future. They are the future. These kids are really, really good. They race clean. They stay out of trouble. And as far as I can tell, I mean, I have no issues with any of them as of, right now. They all are good kids. The sport's in good hands that way. It really is, especially New Egypt Speedway. He's got enough young guns, I think, to come up and push the older guys. And the old guys are still not giving up yet. We said that's cozy. We said guys,
absolutely
you know,
not. I mean, guys like you,
we're not done yet.
guys like you are the reason why guys like them come up and get into the sport. And we need guys like you to show the young guns the way to do things, like Steve Davis and other guys like that. Steve's helped a lot of people get to victory lane.
Without Steve Davis, I'll be honest, I would not be here tonight. He took me out there last week, sat down with me for almost 40 minutes and showed me a line on this track that I never knew existed after 17 years, and I knocked off 2/10 just by listening to him. So there is speed in the driver as well as the car, and without Steve, there's no way I would have won tonight. I did exactly what he said. I'm glad he got to watch me because I think I made him proud. But like I said, he's one of the best here.
Oh, absolutely. Well, congratulations, bud. Happy birthday. I appreciate it.
Good to see all you guys back.
All right, brother. Thanks.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
All right, first race of 2025 coming at you, racing. And the Fast Line Performance rookies are underway for the first time in 2025, and it is Aiden Spencer grabbing the lead from the pole in the 921. Hunter Plosky right behind him as they head into turn number 3. In the 74 is 4th, and then a battle back there for 5th between Elsner and Borden. Whoa, look at Aiden Spencer got in too hot and got so far around he saved it. Great job. But he lost all his momentum, and that will let Hunter Plosky by, and Hunter Plosky is your new leader. Flag for Plosky as he's closing in on the 18 of Borden, trying to lap him. Aiden Spencer has stayed that same distance back. They are pretty evenly matched. 2 slower cars in front of Plosky. He will navigate them to the high side. Robley goes up way high to get out of the way, and he will split the lap cars and take the first win of the year. All right, 2x2, Nappy on the inside, Herthler on the outside, racing! And we are underway with the first Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman feature event of 2025. Nappy grabbing the lead. Herthler swaps grooves with him. Was trying to get by him on the inside and had to think better of it. We're 3 wide back there for 4th as they come off of turn 4. Roost Restaurant caution flag out. Green in the air, and we are back to racing 3 wide for the lead. Nappy's got him on both sides of him. Simmons on the inside, Pat Wall around the outside. He will grab the lead. Simmons is second. Here comes Malozar and Mike Butler from 8th into the top 5. Off at turn number 4, Butler to 4th now as he goes under Nappy. Crate Sportsman field, and they are putting on a show on this beautifully prepared surface. Down the back, Simmons now pulling up under Pat Wall. Ryan Simmons, our defending champion, looking to go to the front here in the Belmont's Garage 14. He's got the lead by a bumper at the start-finish line, but Pat Wall says no, he's going to stay even with him down the back. Wall's momentum carries him back around. Simmons hanging tough down in the mid, what is the inside to middle groove. He'll lean on him out of 4, but it's Wall by a wheel. Malozar still 3rd, then Mike Butler and Steve Davis. Simmons and Pat Wall. You can have a hard time getting a credit card between the 2 of these cars as Simmons continues to lean on the rub rail of Wall. Wall by a bumper at the start-finish line. 8 laps to go. 4 laps side by side for the lead. It looked like Simmons had him. Wall said, I don't think so, and has been side by side with him, and Wall slowly wrestling that lead back. I think he's been recorded the leader in all but 1 lap. Held that lead on the outside. That's where he wants to be. That's where he is, and we are green. And Wall will use it to his advantage. They're 3 wide back there for the 4th spot with Davis, Van Wickle, and now we're going to be 3 wide in Malozar. Malozar and Davis trying to go 3 wide with Mike Butler. As Simmons runs second, here comes Davis under Mike Butler, and Davis holding on to third by half a car. Mike Butler on the outside is broken free of Steve Davis and is reeling in the top 2. And now Simmons with a run up of 4, and he's the leader by, looked like he was the leader by a bumper. It did not reach. Still says Pat Wall. I must have been, I don't have an exact lineup here, so Pat Wall was still the official leader on the transponders, and he will be leading by a wheel here at the end of lap 18. 7 laps to go here. Simmons digging hard on the bottom. Simmons knows the only important lap to lead is the last one. Mike Butler has caught the top 2, and Steve Davis is right behind him, and we're going to have a 4-car battle here in a minute. As that time, Wall is able to get a car length lead. Simmons was on his back bumper. Out for Pat Wall. Wall by 2 car lengths. Butler sliding up in front of Simmons for second once again. Boy, there's been no shortage of side-by-side racing, and here comes Simmons under Butler. What a battle for second. Pat Wall likes that because he's going to win it by 3 car lengths. Butler will get second. Simmons will hold on to third over Steve Davis.
Driver deserves a loud round of applause as he climbs out of the automobile right now. Your winner, Pat Wall.
Well, here we go. Pretty fast race car. You don't get started on the pole very often. So is it harder when you're starting on the pole?
When you got to start next to Danny Buck that many times, yes.
Well, you guys are like magnets everywhere you go.
Yeah, I know. And listen, we talk, and even though we're frustrated, but we still talk, and we still try to give each other the best respect we can. The hardest thing is we're both really hard, aggressive drivers. So we're going to get into it sometimes. It's going to go one way, some days the other, him, some days me. But I knew here he was going to give me respect just like I would have given him respect. So obviously tonight, he gave me respect on the top. And when the shoe's on the other foot into the season, I'll do the same. And that's all you can ask for. You know, it's some of these other tracks we go to, it's the track gives you a different hand, and sometimes you just make a wrong move, and that's that.
Well, you couldn't see it behind you, but Mancini and Danny were going at it pretty good. Now, I know you've been helping Paul, and guess what? It's paying off.
No, it's good. It's good to see the young kids do good. Obviously he came over, my brother put rockers on his car. So, we try to give these kids and give them a good head start and let them keep learning. You need it because, listen, we're all getting older, Nick. So who's behind us, right? And that's what you got to look at. And you want to keep racing alive, but I'm telling you, it's getting harder and harder and few between than when I was that age.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah, we got that rain shower, and did that make the track better, right?
Yeah, so that's why I said to Mark. I said, Mark, why don't you do that like before hot laps, just like that Mother Nature did? And so he gave me a look. He said he was a little dry because he was worried about the rain.
Right.
So I give them all the credit. They know what they're doing. It's just, and I know they're working hard. So that's the biggest thing. It was smooth, had a little bit of cushion, and I'm sure next week they'll adjust something to make it, in their eyes better. But to me, it was good. It was good to start up front. That we don't get to do, but it's fun when you come from the back also.
Well, it was a learning experience for Mark. Joey done it for all these years, and Fred and all them guys, and Mark's going to learn some things, and he's got guys like you to help him out, and the rest of these guys, they want to race on a good racetrack. But man, you were fast tonight, bud.
I appreciate it. We've been working hard. Nobody understands what we go through week in and week out of the shop, and we've been going to some races that we normally don't go to only because our program's not up to snuff, but it's just we're lacking something. So we want to, like I said, we went to Albany last night just to play around with stuff. And, it's a tough track up there on Hoosiers, and you got to be good. And I thought we were pretty decent. We did learn some things rolling out of the gate. And, we get a 14th, right? And nobody wants to be happy with a 14th. But, at 30 cars, it's not so bad. And we finished right behind Peter Britton and Jack Lantern and Mahaney and whatever. But we learned some things, took some notes, got home at 3:30 in the morning, went to shop today, we all had a meeting with me, Stefan, and Mike, and we put it to it. And we got better all night. We weren't good in hot laps. We just kept getting better and adjusting. This is a new car, so trying to figure out that and what the motor likes. And it's, it just this racing gig's not easy. It is hard.
Now, You think by you traveling that year and doing all the dirt circuit and doing all that other stuff, did that help you on a regular basis at a regular track now?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you race more, you're going to get better. I wish I could do it again. Just geographically, we're not in the right spot,
Right.
and we try to race as much as we can,
Right.
and that's for the instance why we went up to Albany last night. So we're going to do certain things, a couple different other tracks just to go to try to learn. I mean, when you got a car sitting there, we're not going to run that big block to Georgetown in another week, so we had time to get it prepared, and we had a couple of rain outs, so everything in the shop was pretty good. So, we just got to keep in the shop now. We got to just keep tweaking and tweaking. We can get better. We just got to keep getting there. And I just can't thank all my guys. I can't thank all my sponsors here. Izzy. Can't thank my girlfriend for putting up for me. And
I got to put up with her. She texts me every week. Come get me.
Yep.
I got to bring the shirts over.
Exactly.
But no, I'm glad I got to get this opportunity to do this again. I miss doing this with you guys. You guys are family to me. So congratulations,
We miss
man.
you too, Nick. We miss you.
Yeah, I bet you did.
We did. So it's good to hear you on the radio tonight.
All right, brother. I appreciate it, Rod. Congratulations, man. And hopefully you get a few more.
Yeah, hopefully.
Don't worry, Liz. I got your back.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? The modifieds are ready to go racing. And we're underway as they race through 1 and 2 and down the back. Ryan go down, opening up 3 car lengths on Danny Buck as Buck quickly dives into second in front of Davey Salmons. Off at turn 4 and down the front. Whoa, we got cars backwards and piling in turn 4. Go down off the throttle, on the throttle, and we are green. Take 2 for the modifieds here as they work off a turn 2, go down, opening up a quick lead. Once again, Danny Buck charging through on the inside into second, but Salmon trying to return to favor, drives up under Buck, but Buck will hold him off. 1 lap in the book. Now looks like Van Doren Creechin sticking a nose under him. Coming around the outside is Cormier. 3 wide for 6, and Cormier makes a 2-for-1 pass. But they're still 3 wide in turn number 1. The top 5 single file right now, but what a great run, and Cormier breaks free of the pack, trying to solve that puzzle and take over second. Salmons is 4th, Mancini 5th, and a slight gap back to Van Doren, who leads all the rest again, as him and Creechin have gotten by Cormier. Jack Butler is 9th, and the 24 of DJ Hunt is 10th. Look out, Pouches backwards. Another car was there. That was Salmons, and Salmons gets around him. Back to green, 12 down, 18 to go. Good racing back through the field here. And it's go down, showing the way. A couple of car lengths. Mancini all over Danny Buck now. Mancini down on the bottom. Paul Mancini looking strong throughout this race so far. He's driven a good race so far with that top group. I have eyes down there. All right, here they come. 2 by 2 go down on the throttle. Whoa, Buck getting poured over as he gets way outside, trying to find a bite, but he does get a bite, and he comes right back to second, although Mancini's side by side with him. 4 car lengths behind go down. Pouch did come back out behind the field. So he is out there too, 16 cars. We complete lap 19, go down, showing the way. Mancini down on the bottom of Buck, trying to get a run here. Side by side, wheel to wheel down the back for second, just 4 car lengths behind go down. The Ringo's Rockets setting a very fast pace here. The checkered flag is in hand. Go down, high, wide, and handsome. Off at turn number 4, the double checkered flags are out, and Ryan Go Down has won the first point race here, and once again is our point leader.
And he's out of the car and can hear you. Let's hear it for Ryan Go Down.
All right, we have a question of the week, Mike. One question, one answer, and why? 100 men, one gorilla. Who wins the fight?
Depends who the 100 men are. All you need is Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris, he says. So it depends who the 100 men are, or the gorilla could win?
Well, I mean, obviously the gorilla's got an upper hand, but the gorilla's got to run out of energy eventually, right? 100 men, that's a good amount of people to go through. Just let me be like number 99 or 100, and I might have a chance.
100 men.
Why?
100 men, 100 weapons,
Everybody's adding weapons.
100 men, 100 weapons. You work together, utilize the plan,
Okay.
take down one gorilla.
I agree with
How
you.
big's the gorilla?
Well, it ain't King Kong. Nobody liked that idea.
100 men.
All right, you got it.
Plan and execute it.
All right, brother.
100 men, because teamwork makes everything. If the men work together, they're going to knock one out. You ain't no I in team. That's how you win races.
It's another good one. Thanks, Bill.
One gorilla, I guess. I don't know.
Well, why?
They're nasty.
Hey, help your boy out, will you?
Do the men have guns?
Yeah. What's the rules on this? We're racers, man.
You're fighting.
We're racers. What we use?
Come on, man. They didn't throw it the whole 5 minutes. You know, when we started,
I'm prepared to hear the answer to, though.
I feel like there's
so, all right, who is it? 100 men or one gorilla? Who wins the fight?
100 men, I guess.
Okay, 100 men.
100 men.
Why?
The indomitable human spirit. We will not give up.
Damn, that's a good answer too. I got 2 good answers that I believe are the best answers so far. Thanks, Jack.
I don't know that a gorilla can prepare as well as we can game plan for this.
All right, but if you start throwing haymakers, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one punch.
All right, Jack.
Got to go with 100 men.
Why?
Well, I think a gorilla's eventually going to get tired. I mean, if you have it, everybody's got to be on board. You got to have everybody ready to fight. I mean, if the first 10 go in there and they're scared and they're not going after them, then the gorilla might take us out. But I think 100 men could do it.
What if the gorilla is King Kong?
Well, that's different.
One swipe.
That's different. Then we're
Okay,
done.
that's different.
That's
We're not
different.
talking
And it's also
regular gorilla.
Is it like everybody, like any man can
No,
get
you pick
entered?
your 100, I guess.
Oh, if you pick your 100, I think we could take one out with 10.
Oh, well, see, there you have it.
I'll stand back. I'll pick 9 UFC fighters, and
You're
I'll
in
just
the top
watch.
3 with the answers. You're in my top 3. Thank you. That's the question of the day.
Oh, man, I've been seeing this. One gorilla.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I think 100 men got it. I mean, 100 v1. I mean, if
Yeah,
you're
but
smart, you got to be smart about it.
But a gorilla's pretty big.
Yeah, but if you're smart, I mean, you get 5 people to take him out.
All right.
100 me's, I'll definitely win against the gorillas.
Okay. The gorilla? Why?
I don't know. Just sounds good.
Okay.
Gorilla's gonna get tired.
Okay, the gorilla's going to get tired. Okay.
100 men.
Why?
There's a lot more than there's a lot more in 100 than there is one.
Yeah, but King Kong's considered a gorilla. What if it's King Kong?
Sure, there's something on this planet that will get them down.
All right, I believe in you. It's the fight.
The gorilla.
Why?
Because the 100 men ran.
Good answer, Pat. Fight.
A gorilla all day.
Why?
They're badass creatures. I don't think that 100 men are stopping them, not even if they're all shack-sized.
See that? Man after my own heart.
Well, it depends on who the gorilla is. If I'm the gorilla, they don't stand a chance.
So you're saying the gorilla wins?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because that's what they're built for.
Okay. All right.
400 pounds of fighting fury.
Is that what we got in that 704 tonight?
We got more than 400 pounds.
All right. I'll take that answer.
Probably the gorilla.
Matt says he don't know, but he's picking the gorilla. All right.
The gorilla does.
Why?
It's big and strong.
Okay.
Gorilla.
Why?
I'm not sure why.
I don't know. Just pick. She don't know.
Right, I'm going with the gorilla
Why?
because the 100 men tried to steal his bananas off the tree, so he started whooping some ass, and that was the end of it.
All right. Sounds good to me.
All
That's
right?
perfect.
There you go.
Perfect.
All right, folks, we want to welcome everybody here once again who is watching on YouTube on our live stream. And we want to thank you for tuning in tonight. Be sure and hit that subscribe button and subscribe. Make it easier for yourself to find our feeds and any of our content during the week. If you've been with us during we are at intermission currently, and we have just shown you some of our content that we had, about 5 different pieces of highlights from last couple of weeks, and some of our victory lane, or actually some of our interviews with the winners after the races that Nick Leach did. And all this content is available on our YouTube Speedway page at any time. So be sure and subscribe so you can find it easily and check out all our content as it comes up and get notifications as it pops up during the week. We are nearing the end of intermission. The watering is done and the scarifying of the top layer of the track. Getting that water into the track, and as always here, once that sun goes down, the wind has finally calmed down. Boy, the wind was really cranking this afternoon with a crystal clear bluebird day, and that spells trouble for the top layer of the clay, and it was a bit dry, shall we say, in qualifying, but the track was good and is going to be great here for the feature events. As you can see, a few wreckers and a water truck still out there just working the track in. Coming up here in a few minutes will be our first of the 3 features remaining on our schedule tonight. The News Wingless Sprint Cars will be first for 25 laps. We have 13 of them here tonight. We doubled our car count from last Saturday night. That is the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars. Then we will have the modified feature, which will be 30 laps. And we will conclude the night's festivities with the Mass 305, the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series 305 Sprint Cars for their 25-lap feature event. And that will close out our evening.
All 587 of you watching live on YouTube, hit the chat comments and tell us where you're watching from. Not your living room, not your phone, but tell us what city you're located in. We want to see how far this is reaching. So go to the comment section, type in where you're watching our live feed from. And let's see, I saw a post, Missouri was the furthest. I saw Florida as well earlier. So hit the chat and tell us where you're watching us live on YouTube from. Welcome, Vermont. Some people watching here in the stands. Looks like Clementon, Springfield for a couple of Vermont people up there. That's my old stomping grounds, Pete. Wrightstown, New Jersey, Pennington, Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Charlotte, North Carolina, that's a haul. Tamaqua, another one of my old stomping grounds. Somebody's watching from Sharon Speedway. Hudson Valley checking in. Connecticut checking in. North Carolina. Hi, Rick Sweeten. Thanks for watching us from Mullica Hill. I might see you tomorrow night. Vestal, New York. Manchester up the street. Egg Harbor Township up the street. Mooresville, North Carolina. Chaz Dunn. Yeah, the Dunn boys are here. We saw that in the lineup of the 4-cylinder feature. Danny Carlaw, big fan of Dirt Motorsports, checking in from Sussex, New Jersey. Newtown at the race shop. Dodge City, Kansas. Over-the-road truck driver. Go Izzy Team Ryan Godown from Michael Stevens. Yeah, we'll give you a shout out. Bakersfield, California. There's the furthest we have. Bakersfield, California. Avon, Massachusetts checking in. I hope that person's a Mick D'Agostino fan. His race is coming up next. Mantua, New Jersey. Kevin Vuklavicek is watching from his truck, trying to make it to the track in time for the mod feature. Someone writing Alaska on here.
That would be farther than California.
Yes, it would be. Jim Rasmussen checking in from Jackson. Oh, can we have the fan of the night, Oakland Forbes, meet Jessica at the flag stand? Oakland, our winner of the Kids Club fan of the night. Please meet Jessica Liedke at the flag stand. Harris Cohen checking in from China. Yes, Harris. I know you're in the pits somewhere. All race officials to your post, please. All race officials to your post. Dom the Bomb's dad checking in from Florida. Where's the Bomb Squad at? Dad's checking in from Florida. Another Vermont viewer. Must be raining up in Vermont. We have a lot of viewers up in Vermont tonight. I don't know if the tracks got rained out up north, but Pat Walls in Florida. The birthday boy. William Brown checking in from Anchorage, Alaska. And we've got somebody from Royersford, Pennsylvania. We know that's the home of the Buckwalter clan. Hey, we've got cars on the track. We'll take a break from the YouTube and we'll talk to our fans here in the stands. You have the lineup. Here come the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars for your viewing pleasure.
Well, race fans, both online and here at the Speedway, it is time to go feature racing here. We've had one feature already before intermission. That was the 4 cylinders, won by Bobby Drayton III. And now it is time for the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars to kick off our 3 feature events. The modifieds will be up second, followed by the Mass 305 Wing Sprint Cars. And this is how they will line up for your first feature of after intermission. Starting on the pole out of Bordentown from right down the road. He drives the number 39 tonight, usually has a number 22. In the 39 is Joey Crilly. Joey Crilly in the 39, and lining up alongside of him in the GPS services, number 2, Brendan Hires. Third starting spot in the Hedden Racing number 3H, that is Heidi Hedden. And lining up alongside of Heidi on the outside of that second row, he is our defending champ. He is a 2-time champion here at New Egypt Speedway. He hails from Taunton, Massachusetts, in the Tech Mechanical number 91D, Mick D'Agostino. Fifth starting position from right here in New Egypt, our winner and current point leader in our first week of racing last Saturday night in the hot foil, Newell's Plumbing number 07, that is Shea Wills. And lining up alongside of Wills outside the third row out of Montgomery, New York, in the Malley Pool Water number H20, that is Dan Malley. Seventh starting spot from Goshen, New York. In the Montgomery Car Wash number 7, that is Joe Cada. And lining up alongside of Cada, driving the number 57, that's the Bellmead Auto Body number 57 of Joe Beyer. Ron Pavia is in the number 83, moving up from the street stocks this year in his second event. He will start 9th on the field. Pavia out of Tuckerton, New Jersey. And lining up alongside of Pavia out of Mount Vernon, that is Frank Frasco in the number 186. And as far as I know, this is his first race in that 186. At least here at New Egypt. He was not here last week. He is a former sportsman, great sportsman competitor here and in Orange County, and has moved to the sprints this year in the Wingless Sprint Division. 11th starting spot is scheduled to be Walt Fletcher in the number 4. He got towed off in his heat race. Not sure if he's going to make it out. The 75 is Greg Shepsis from Manalapan, and Rich Meller, a former 3-time champion and our all-time leading feature winner, is in the 02. First time back, brand new car for him. First time back in almost a year. His last race was last June here at New Egypt Speedway. "12 of the 13 cars making it out. Walt Fletcher is a scratch after that problem earlier tonight in the number 4. All right, cars are lining up. It'll take a couple laps around here to make sure the track is race ready. It sure does look it. Sometimes you get a little moisture at the very surface there after you water the track like that. They didn't put a ton of water down, but they scarified it with that little wheel with the discs in it that just kind of punches holes in it. And this is going to be your wave lap, so the track is deemed ready to go. Joey Crilly and Brendan Hires on that front row. This is your chance to stand up and wave. Wave your hat, wave your blanket, wave your program, wave your girlfriend over your head. As they come down the front here, white flag is out. We'll go green next time by as your field of 12 Northeast Wingless Sprint cars get ready to go racing. Lights go off on the pace truck. All right, it is up to Crilly on the front row. Brendan Hires alongside Heidi Hedden and Mick D'Agostino on that second row. And our opening night winner last Saturday night, Shea Wills, in that 5th position inside of Dan Malley. Malley here for the first time this year, as is Joe Cada. Cada, here they come. Off of turn 4, racing. And the Northeast Wingless Sprint cars are underway. Off the outside of the front row, it's Brendan Hires. 3 wide for the second spot now as they get on both sides of the 39 Acryli. And it was heading down on the bottom, and D'Agostino, they're side by side for second with D'Agostino grabbing the spot at the line. Shea Wills up on the high side, grabs 4th, pulls up on the outside of Heidi Hedden. Hedden shuts the door. Joe Cada moves into the top 5 now as he gets by and into the 5th spot. Your leader is Brendan Hires, and he's going to lead lap number 2. Hires, D'Agostino right behind him, just like in his heat race. He is just 1 car length back as they charge down the backstretch. D'Agostino getting up ahead of steam. Hedden and Shea Wills side by side for that 3rd spot. Remember, Wills came charging through last week and ended up charging around and going on to win. He is up to the 3rd spot now as he gets around Hedden. Gets a little loose there in turn 2 and loses some ground to the top 2 as Hires and D'Agostino are almost one here as they are nose to tail. And here comes D'Agostino on the inside. D'Agostino down on the bottom, Hires on the top. D'Agostino edged ahead. Hires comes back around to make it even, but here comes D'Agostino. D'Agostino making his way through on the bottom. Hires will swap grooves with him and can't get the bite. He'll go to the high side. Hires now throwing everything he's got to stay with him or try to make another move on him, and D'Agostino opens up. D'Agostino, a very smooth runner. He is tough when he's fast, as he is very consistent in his line. Shea Wills is 3rd, Hedden 4th, and Joe Cada is 5th. That is your top 5. Ronnie Pavia much faster than last Saturday night. In his 2nd time out, moving up from the street stocks, he runs 6th and is looking pretty good here in the 83. Crilly is 7th. Rich Meller back in the 8th spot, first time out in almost a year for him. It's D'Agostino leading here as they will complete lap 8 down the front of this 25-lap feature event. Hires holding on to a solid second, trying to move up a little bit on the track and use the outside groove, see if he can reel D'Agostino back in. Shea Wills working his own race there, back in third as he's all by himself, and a battle shaping up for fourth. Hedden has the spot. Joe Cada is looking to the outside. Some sparks coming out of Cada's rear there as he headed into turn number 1. That may be the brakes. Working the outside of Hedden, heading through turns number 3 and 4. Cada on the outside, and he'll sweep around and get the spot. Hires has closed back in on D'Agostino. He was about 4 car lengths back, make it 2 now. He is closer to D'Agostino as he's building up some momentum here. They will complete lap 11, and he's on D'Agostino's back bumper, and 2-lap cars loom in front of both of them. Coming up on the lap car of Greg Shepsis down the back. D'Agostino to the outside. The other car is Joe Beyer. Hire will glue himself to the back bumper of the 91D. About a car length separating the two as they head down the back, and now D'Agostino back on his horse and opens up a couple of car lengths. Shea Wills third with Cada closing in on him. Joe Cada getting faster with each passing lap here as he's closing in on the 07 of Shea Wills. Hedden is fifth. Pavia has caught Hedden and is right on her back bumper. Off of turn number 4. They will complete lap 14. We have passed halfway. And D'Agostino now has about a 6-car length lead, make it 7 as they head into turn number 3 here. This will be 10 to go this time. 10 laps to go for D'Agostino, looking for his first win of the year. He finished second last Saturday night. This could move him into the point lead after 2 weeks. Race not over yet. Shea Wills back in the 3rd spot, last week's winner. They come back down the front. Pavia getting around Hedden. Pavia is now taken over 5th with 9 laps to go, and Frasco is slow on the front stretch. Frank Frasco slowing heading into turn number 1, and the yellow lights are going to come on. Much too slow to keep green, and we're going to slow the pace here. Well, Frasco in the 186, and Frasco now back in the throttle and moving. And he's going to head to the pit area. Well, this is going to close the field up. Mick D'Agostino is your current leader. Brendan Hires was right on him. And then D'Agostino pulled away there over the last few laps and had about a 7-8 car length advantage, and now the yellow light's on, so that'll all tighten up. And we are not to 5 to go yet, so it should be a double file restart. Shea Wills running in the 3rd spot in the 07. This will let Cada. Cada was closing in on him. Joe Cada in the 7 will restart 4th. Ron Pavia with a nice run going is up to 5th. Heidi Hedden running 6th, and Joey Crilly in the 39 and the 02 of Rich Meller. That's your top 8. Dan Malley is 9th. And then the back couple cars are a lap down or 2. Here they come, we're back to green. 9 laps to go. D'Agostino D'Agostino rolls it through the corner. Hires sliding up top. Good battle down the back there. It's Shea Wills getting by Hires and into second, and Wills trying to win 2 in a row, zeroing in. They were the top 2 last Saturday night. They are in reverse order this Saturday night with Wills trying to catch him. Joe Cada now on the bottom of Brendan Hires. Hires way outside, which is where he normally runs. And Cada makes the pass for third. Pavia in the 5th spot. D'Agostino, a little bit of breathing room, about a 5-car length lead over Shea Wills. Cada just getting in front of Brendan Hires, so they are close together. Pavia next in line, then Heidi Head. Rich Miller up to Heidi Head now, challenging for the 6th spot. The battle on the track is for third. Cada's got the spot, but Brendan Hires trying to take it back. 5 to go this time. 5 laps to go. Oh, and Hires suddenly breaks. Hires coasting into the infield, and he is out of the event. What a tough break. He was running 4th and challenging to get 3rd back, and Hires breaks and is in the infield. 4 laps to go now. D'Agostino, Wills, and Cada the top 3. Pavia and now Rich Miller into the top 5 as he gets around Heidi Head, and he is 5th. Heading 6th, and then Joey Crilly and Dan Malley. D'Agostino has Wills covered by about the same distance that Wills won by last Saturday night. Over D'Agostino. D'Agostino looking to return the favor, and looks like if they stay this way, they'll be tied for the point lead after 2 weeks. We are inside 2 laps to go as D'Agostino brings them into turn number 3. White flag displayed. We're final lap here in the Northeast Wingless Sprint Car Feature event. Wills in the 2nd spot, Cada 3rd. Final 2 turns, Mick D'Agostino, last year's champion, is going to win his first of the year over Shea Wills. Wills finishing 2nd. Joe Cada is 3rd, followed by Ron Pavia and Rich Miller. It looks like Joey Curley fought back for 6th. So your winner is Mick D'Agostino, and he'll head for the scale. After finishing 2nd to Shea Wills, he reverses the roles, and he is the winner tonight. And Shea Wills is 2nd in the 07. Joe Cada, first appearance, coming down from New York, finishes 3rd in a strong run. Ron Pavia was 4th in his 2nd event since moving up from the street stocks. And Rich Miller's return in almost a year, successful at top 5, he finishes 5th. All right, Mick D'Agostino to victory lane. Let's send it down trackside to Jim Murdoch.
Pete Store, Peterbilt Tech Mechanical Systems Incorporated, making the 6-hour weekly drive from the Boston suburbs down to the New Jersey Pinelands and the 91D. And it will make his long drive home worthwhile. Ladies and gentlemen, climbing out of the roll cage, your Wingless Sprint Car feature winner, Mick D'Agostino. Mick getting the helmet off, the head sock off. Well, Mick, last week you were runner-up to Shea Wills, and now he followed you as you parked it in victory lane. A flawless drive out there, a lot of moisture put down during the intermission. How did the track change and how did you adjust for the wetter track? And what did you do to keep Shea Wills behind you?
I just, for lack of a better word, just drove my ass off. I knew somebody was going to be poking a nose on me at one point. Shea was silly quick last week, so I knew he'd be something this week. You never know when your last win is going to come, so there's a little extra pressure on us this week. It's good to be back. It's the track. It was perfect. I love a track like this. Slicked off a little bit. I could nearly flat-foot it around the first half. Then the second half, that was getting pretty sketchy. So, great track. Had a great time.
Well, you don't have to think about what you could have done differently when you're heading back to Massachusetts tonight because you did everything right tonight.
Yeah, that's certainly a relief. Yeah, it makes the drives a lot easier.
Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
One more time, folks. Let them hear it. Mick D'Agostino, last year's champion and tonight's feature winner. Pete, we've got a pack of hungry modifieds parked in turns 3 and 4. With the lineup, we'll take it back upstairs to you.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. It is time for your modified feature event. 25 cars are scheduled to go to the post here. We'll see if they all make it out. Cars still rolling up on the Speedway. This is how they're going to line up. Starting on the pole in the Oliver Communications Group, number 5J is Joe Brown. Joseph Brown in the 5J. He'll start on the pole. Alongside of him, a heat winner tonight from Lawrenceville in the K&A Excavating Cure Insurance, number 51M, the Flying Farmer Wade Hendrickson. Third starting spot. Driving the 3V is Dominic Buffalino. And lining up alongside of him out of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, in the Harry's U Pullet number 44, Frank Cozy. The Precision White House number 37, driven by Brian Cool, will start in the 5th position. And lining up alongside of him out of Hamilton in the Valco Wheels number 323, Johnny Bangs. 7th starting position. He drives the Marvels Portable Welding Atlantic Sprinkler number 1, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And lining up alongside of him out of Trenton in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79, Davey Salmons. 9th starting spot. He drives the Dan Sommeling owned BK Trucking, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz number 51, Hollywood Ryan Krachin. And starting alongside of Krachin in the Creston Hydraulics number 24 out of Hopewell, DJ Hunt. 11th starting spot. He hails from Phillipsburg. Driving the Reed Sod Farm, Brink Construction number 5, Jack Butler. And starting alongside of Butler in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M out of New Gretna, New Jersey, Paul Mancini. 13th starting spot. He drives the Craig and Leslie Pondish owns CNS Equipment number 6. The Dominator, Danny Buck. Buck is our 2020 champion here. And lining up alongside of him, he is our defending champ. He is a 6-time champ, and he was the winner of the first point race 1 week ago tonight. He drives the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Strober Wright Roofing number 26, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. 15th starting spot in the B&T Tools number 112 from Lambertville, the boss, Cale Ross. And lining up alongside him in the Valco Wheels number 928, Kevin Borden. 17th starting spot from Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, in the Prime Design Landscape number 27, Tanner Van Doren. And lining up alongside of him in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72, Jim Houseworth. Dakota Kessler is in the 449. He'll line up inside row number 10. Alongside of him, the 27 of Frank Venezia. Joe Toth is in the Sweetwater number 9. He will start 21st. And alongside of him in the Comfort Experts number 26R out of Otisville, New York, Corey Cormier. Anthony Tramontana is scheduled to start next, but I believe that car was way too damaged and he is not going to use the backup car, so he is not making the call. That will put Chris Garback back there, 23rd starting spot in the number 7, and the 2D of Will Dupree will start last. So looking like 24 cars. And all 24 making it out except for the 13T of Anthony Tramontana, as he is a scratch from tonight's event. All right. This is your wave lap. This is your chance to wave to them. They're going to wave back at you as we send them off into battle as we begin our second modified event of the year here for our championship points. Wave something white that's in sight, something green that can be seen, something red off your head, something blue off of you. As the modifieds are ready to go racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. Two by two on the wave lap. Lights are off on the pace truck. We are getting set to go for our 30-lap modified event. Week number 2 here at the New Egypt Speedway. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the modifieds are ready to go racing. Week number 2 at New Egypt underway here for the modifieds. Wade Hendrickson leading him down the back for the first time. Joseph Brown next in line. Then it's Frank Cozy working the outside of Buffalino. Cozy looking to the outside of Brown down the front. He'll think better of it, pull in behind. Hendrickson, Brown, and Cozy, 1, 2, and 3. Then Buffalino. Some good side-by-side racing back through the field as they race down the back and into the north end of the speedway for the second time. Oh, car got around there on the outside. That was Jim Houseworth in turns 3 and 4 at the back of the field. He was able to straighten out with no contact as we continue on. Hendrickson showing the way by 2 car lengths over Joseph Brown. Buffalino third now as he got by Cozy. Cozy is 4th, Brian Cool 5th, Ryan Creighton is up to 6th, then it's Pouch and Bang. Salmons and Butler rounding out the top 10 at the moment here as they are 2 by 2 behind him. Go down up to 12th and looking for 11th. Danny Buck right behind him. 4 laps complete as Hendrickson setting the pace. Whoa, car slow on the front straightaway. Yellow coming out as DJ Hunt won't even make it to the start-finish line. His momentum runs out and he stops about 2 car lengths short of this flagger stand here on the front stretch against the outside guardrail. DJ Hunt, who started in the 10th position. Not sure what happened, looked mechanical to me. I don't think he hit anything. Just took it up to the high side of the track to let the field go by as he coasted to a stop, and the push truck will pick him up here on the front straightaway. And does not look like he's even trying to refire it. May have shut it down, or it may have shut itself down, but it looks like they're going to push him back to the pit area. Field will double up. Leader has lane choice. We'll see what Wade Hendrickson does. Looks like he's already decided he wants the inside of that front row. Joseph Brown, who was on the inside on the initial start, will fill in alongside. He still runs second. Cozy had gotten up to third there on the first couple of laps, and then Buffalino worked his way back under him there. They'll be side by side here on the second row. Ryan Creighton started 9th. He's up to 5th already in just 4 laps. He got Brian Cool there on that last lap before lap 4 was completed to get the 5th spot and move into the top 5. Pouch Jr.'s gotten by a car or two, but also has been passed by at least Krachin there, so he's still 7th. Early going, 4 laps complete, first yellow of the race. This is the Roost Restaurant caution flag. Roost Restaurant located just north of the Speedway at the Cream Ridge Golf Course. Take your mom out for Mother's Day tomorrow to the Roost Restaurant. Yellow staying out here. Push truck just coming back to the infield there, cutting across the track. Wade Hendrickson is your leader here in the early going. Hendrickson with 7 career wins. His last win was April 27th of last year, so 1 year ago, when Wade visited Victory Lane for the 7th time. Joseph Brown still looking for his first career win in the modifieds. Buffalino has 17 career wins. He was a winner here last June 29th. And Frank Cozy is 5th on the all-time win list with 28 career wins, 1 behind the legendary Kenny Brightbill. Cozy's last win here was 3.5 years ago at the Legends of the Fall when he won the big end of the year race in 2021. Ryan Krachin also no stranger to Victory Lane here as well. As the lights go out and the pace truck pulling off. All right, here they come. And we are back to green. Hendrickson off the outside, getting around. Buffalino getting under Joseph Brown, and Krachin moving up the 4th as he gets by Cozy, and the yellow lights are out, and that's going to erase all of that. 3 cars at the rear of the field all getting together there in a little meeting of the minds over in turn number 2. Frank Venezia, Will Dupree, and I think that is Cale Ross, and it is. Ross got around, and Venezia stopping, and Will Dupree at the rear of the field, sliding to a stop there as well. So those 3 will come around and rejoin at the rear if they all stay out, which they do. Ryan Krachin, I was talking about before, up into the top 5. He has 4 career wins here, but he has not won here since the last week of April in 2019. It's been 6 years for Krachin in Victory Lane here. All right, everybody re-rack, same spots here. All right, they're going to come to white this time. And we'll go green next time by. All right. So a yellow with 4 laps complete, and then another yellow before we got a lap in. So we've had 2 Roost Restaurant cautions. Pace truck makes the left turn into the infield. It is up to the leader, Wade Hendrickson in the 51M. Here they come. And we're green. Hendrickson on the outside. Buffalino grabbing second once again and made his presence known there. Here comes Krachin down on the bottom. He's by Cozy, and now he's under Joseph Brown and into third and working on Buffalino. Pouch to 6th as he gets by Brian Cool. Go down. Oh, look out. Joseph Brown is around. Oh, and he gets slammed by Corey Cormier. And a third car, and that was Will Dupree also getting into Joseph Brown. And that's going to put the red out with the track mostly blocked and some really hard hits there. We want to make sure the officials get over there to check on the condition of those drivers. Red lights are out. Hard hit there. Joseph Brown, who had slid back from a second on the restart, was back around 5th. And all drivers are okay over there in turn number 2. Very hard hit on Joseph Brown twice. He just snap spun over there. And Corey Cormier had no place to go and really hit him hard. Car getting up in the air a little bit. And Joseph Brown's car coming down on top of the front end of Corey Cormier, who hit him hard. And Will Dupree got into Joseph Brown trying to get around Cormier there at the rear of the field and tagged him pretty good there too. More cars may have deflected off of that or been involved or bounced off of each other trying to get by. Will Dupree in the 2D. Will Dupree having right front damage and will need a wrecker. They have had him pull away so they can work on getting the other 2 cars separated. Davey Salmons has pitted in the 79. He was right behind Joseph Brown at the time, and that may have resulted in some contact as well. Well, Dupree's going to drive it into the pit area.
Pete, we didn't see how Joseph Brown got around, but I am out here in the crowd watching what happened, and we'll add it to the highlight reel once we get the highlights up later tonight or tomorrow. But 2 tremendously strong impacts, both of Corey's car and Will's car. Both looked like they were about to get upside down after smashing into a spun Joseph Brown, who was just watching everybody come barreling at him. Scary moments over there in turn 2, but luckily it looks like everybody's okay. But a couple of nasty, nasty impacts at the exit of turn 2. Yeah, watching the replay on the YouTube live stream from one of the fans. Thanks, Gary. It does look like that Joseph Brown got around it. Looks like maybe all by himself. And the impacts looked a lot worse from the replay camera we had. We could see one. There's Corey's car going off on the hook on this angle we're watching on the YouTube stream. And really just some solid impacts down there. Scary looking impacts when you've spun from the top position and the whole crowd comes back. I'm getting a look at it again. One more lap on this replay I'm looking at. But scary, scary impacts, scary moments over there in turn 2. But it did appear that Joseph Brown may have gotten around all by himself. Yeah, he was battling with, it looked like Frank Cozy on the outside, and the car just got around him.
All right. Field moving once again with the track cleared. Joseph Brown and Corey Cormier, heavy damage to both cars, especially Corey Cormier's right side really planked, as Nick Leach told me on the radio. Cars pulling around behind the pace truck. It will be Wade Hendrickson's lane choice again. He is like that inside, and he's sticking to it. Buffalino now second. Creechin up to third, then Cozy and Pouch. Pouch into the top 5 now. Looks like Go Down is up to 7th from 14th after just 5 laps. Danny Buck is 8th. Jack Butler and Johnny Bang's the top 10. So Danny Buck has moved up too. He started 13th. So he stayed right with Go Down. They were on the same row, and they still are, just reversed. All right, here they come. 5 down. 25 to go, and we're green. Back to racing. It is the 51 Emma Hendrickson off the outside. Buffalino digging hard down on the inside. Side by side, but the yellow lights are on, and we got 3 cars together in the exact same spot. And that is Davey Salmons, Frank Venezia, and Tanner Van Doren. Looked like Salmons spun. Officials will take a close look. We're going to go green here next time by, I believe. Officials just taking a quick look at the right rear of the 27 of Tanner Van Doren. Looked like he might have had some suspension problems there. Well, looks okay. Not sitting down on it, but looks like the right rear quarter panel might be touching the tire. It's very close. And it looks like it might be okay until he throws it in the corner and it sits down more on it. But we'll see. Wade Hendrickson will bring him around here once again with Dominic Buffalino. Buffalino in the throttle there. As we go green, Hendrickson is slow on the start here. Buffalino leading him down the back. Cozy with the yellow lights on. That is no start. Hendrickson and Creation on the inside of that row did not fire. That was, looked like Buffalino went a little early in the 3V. The outside row seemed to go, and officials calling that back. We'll take another crack at it. Still 5 laps complete. And 2 yellows on lap 4 and 3 Roost restaurant cautions here on lap number 5. If this is your first time watching here or first time here, you see a white mark on the black part out there on the above the guardrail between turns 3 and 4. That is the start of the start box. And then there is a green flag and a cement block inside the inside guardrail at the just at the exit of turn number 4, or in the center of 4, and that is the box between those 2 points. I actually believe they have a post or a flag at the start of the box up there too. And it's up to the leader in that box. And if the leader doesn't fire by the end of the box, well, then it's on him. But he can go anytime. The leader can start the race anywhere in that box. Can't go before the box. But he starts the race in the box. All right, white flag is out. Gonna go green next time by. All right, Hendrickson and Buffalino, here they come. Hendrickson fires, Buffalino tries to swing to the inside. Creation is there as they come down the front, we're green. Hendrickson out in front, Buffalino on the outside, and Creation down on the inside, side by side. Pouch getting by Cozy and into the 4th spot. Danny Buck has gotten by Go Down and working on Cozy for a top 5 so far as they come down the front. Creation on the inside, taking 2nd away from Buffalino. Pouch is 4th, then Danny Buck and Cozy side by side with Buck with a little advantage there for 5th. Go Down is 7th, Cool 8th, Jack Butler 9th, and Bangs is 10th. Houseworth is up to 11th from pretty far back. Actually, that's Kevin Borden in the 10th spot. Houseworth is 11th, and then it's Bangs in 12th. Pouch going to the outside, working on Buffalino. Creation is challenging for the lead. Ryan Creation working the bottom of the speedway. Pair of 51s battling for the lead. A 51 Emma Hendrickson on the outside. Here comes Creation. Creation down on the inside, off of turn 4, and Ryan Creation will be your leader as they complete lap number 9. Krachin making the pass down on the bottom. He's been fast from the start. Danny Buck is on the move. Not only did he get by Buffalino, he's by Pouch for third. Danny Buck into the third spot and working on Hendrickson now. Pouch is fourth. Buffalino fifth. Go Down is sixth now. And working the outside, trying to get by as Buck goes underneath Hendrickson and the yellow's out. That pass will get negated. We have a car stop at the end of the front straightaway here going into one. Coasted to a stop, now moving again, but very slowly, and we'll get a look at who that is. And I believe that's Cale Ross in the 112. So Cale Ross coming to a stop at the end of the front straightaway. Started to move again, now he stopped. I don't know if it stalled out or if he thought better of it, and whatever caused him to stop has caused him not to be able to continue to pace. Now 10 laps complete. Danny Buck was just making the move into second there, and Hendrickson will get the spot back because Buck passed him going into 3 there, and right as he completed the pass, the yellow came out. So we didn't get that lap in. It's where you are on the last completed lap is how they line you up for the restart. So Ryan Krachin has led the last 2 laps coming from 9th starting spot. He has been fast since the start, got up into the top 5 in just the first 4 laps. And he is your new leader in the Dan Somolingo number 51. Wade Hendrickson running second with Danny Buck really on the move now, and he's going to be right on Krachin's bumper there. Both of those cars working very well on the inside of the Speedway. Billy Pouch Jr. is 4th. And it's Buffalino and Go Down as Cale Ross on the hook now.
Pete, I believe Cale Ross hit the wall coming down the front stretch. I heard a loud bang. It either jumped out of gear or smacked the wall, and it came to a stop abruptly about 50 or so yards past the start-finish line, and then he fired it back up, and it came to a stop again. But a loud noise either hitting the wall or jumping out of gear caused that mechanical issue on Cale Ross's car. Also watching Ryan Go Down. Had only moved up a couple of spots, and then he turned on the wick, and he's up to 6. And I think this battle between the top 6, 7 cars is going to get real exciting here as we're only 10 laps in, just a third of the way through the feature. A lot of action crammed into the first third of the race so far. We'll see how it all plays out.
It has been good so far, and it looks to be just starting to heat up. Danny Buck, who started back in 13th, is up to 3rd. Go Down started 14th. He's 6th. And Buck actually had fallen behind Go Down and was following him, and in the last few laps has really come alive. Keep your eye on the red 6. Pouch alongside of him. Here they come. Krachin kicks the wheel, and we're green. Back underway. Krachin has had a very fast car. Danny Buck followed him through right on his bumper. They are 1 and 2 with Pouch moving to 3rd. Pouch getting by Hendrickson as well, working the outside. The other 2 cars are working the inside. That should make things interesting as Pouch goes way outside in turn 1. Pouch getting up some momentum, pulling up alongside of Danny Buck. Side by side for a second. Buck getting a run down the back, looking for the inside. Krachin's on the same groove. So that's a problem right away for Danny Buck as they continue to be 1 and 2. Buck slid up in front of Pouch at the apex of the straightaway, went back down to the bottom. Pouch around the high outside, and they are side by side once again. Pouch working the far outside of the Speedway. Buck down on the bottom, and it is Pouch by a bumper at the start-finish line. And into second. And he takes over second and sets his sights on Krejcin now. That outside groove is working for Billy. Pouch Jr. up on the outside. Krejcin down on the bottom. They'll lead to the stripe. Buck is third. Then it's Buffalino and go down into the top 5. Frank Cozy, who was 9th on that last restart, is back to 7th and working on Hendrickson, and he'll get by him for 6th down the back. As Cozy comes back alive. Here's the halfway sign. 15 down and 15 to go, and you can throw a blanket over the top 3. Pouch to the outside, 2 wheels alongside of Krejcin. Krejcin leads them into 3 with Billy Jr. on the outside. Buck still down on the bottom behind Krejcin. Down the front, Krejcin leads lap 16. Krejcin has stayed right to his grooves and his marks. Pouch gets a better run on the outside, and they were even coming out of 2. Krejcin a little faster pulling off the corner, but Pouch getting through 3 and 4 real strong. Here comes Billy. Billy by the lead by a bumper. Actually by about a wheel, and he completes the pass on Krejcin with Buck under Krejcin, but Krejcin pulls back by, and here comes Krejcin up under Pouch again. Krejcin came out of 2 like a rocket ship. Off the corner, Krejcin on the bottom, and I think he got him back at the line. Krejcin and Pouch side by side. Pouch is officially the leader on the transponder, but here comes Krejcin. Side by side, Nerf bar to Nerf bar. It'll be 11 to go this time by, and Krejcin will be the leader at the stripe as he takes the lead back. Pouch on the outside. Buck is on both of their bumpers, looking to make it 3 wide for the lead. He is on Krejcin's bumper. Pouch on the outside of both of them. 3-car battle for the lead down the front. Krejcin by half a car length. Buck underneath Krejcin, 3 wide in turn 1 for the lead. Pouch to the far outside, scrapes the wall, or damn close as they move into turn number 3. It is Krejcin on the bottom. He gets out of turn 4 really well, and once again leads by half a car length. Buck will make it 3 wide again for a moment there in turn 1. Krejcin and Pouch continue. This is the 4th lap they have run side by side. Side by side for the lead once again. Krejcin will get out of turn 4. Excellent. That time he's a car length ahead. Pouch is really getting through the corners well, but it is Krejcin with the power coming off the corner. Krejcin has worked his way with his groove back to the lead, but it is Pouch pulling alongside of him on every turn, and Krejcin pulling back by, coming off the corner. Buck right up to the back bumper of Krejcin again. Krejcin now by a car length, maybe a little more, as Buck has a nose under Pouch. You could throw a blanket over them for the last about 8 or 10 laps. Pouch and Buck side by side. Krejcin down on the bottom. They're both thinking about trying to make it 3 wide, and Buck now is flexing his muscle. He is right. He sticks his nose up underneath Krejcin, and he drives by him. Buck to the lead, Pouch second as they both go by. Krejcin on either side. 5 to go, and it's side by side with Buck and Pouch now. Buck and Pouch side by side for the lead. Danny Buck down on the bottom. He'll slide up in front of Pouch off of 4 laps to go. Buffalino watching this battle from a front row seat. He's actually reeled in Krejcin a little bit. Go down a distant 5th. Buck by a car length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths over Pouch now as they come to 3 laps to go and pulling away from Pouch. Buck finally got an opening and he just rocketed by both of them. And lap traffic may come into play for the first time. Here's the 2 to go sign coming off the corner. Garback keeps it down low as Buck now by about 7 car lengths. Buck down on the bottom right behind Chris Garback. Lead shrinks to about 5 car lengths heading into turn number 3. It'll be the white flag this time. Whoa, Garback spinning into the guardrail, and the yellow lights are on. Yellow is out. Garback was very slow in the 7 there on the bottom. And Garback spinning off of turn number 4. So it'll be green, white, checkered. We did not get to the line for lap 29. Danny Buck is your leader over the 1 of Billy Pouch Jr. and the 51 of Ryan Krachin. Dominic Buffalino in the 4th spot, followed by Ryan Godown and Frank Cozy. They're your top 6. Jack Butler is 7th. Kevin Borden 8th, then I believe Dakota Kessler and Paul Mancini ran out the top 10. So this will be a single file restart. As the restart, single file only in the final 5 laps of the feature events. That's the only time we go single file. We have 2 laps to go.
Pete, we're getting down to the end of it. How many people out here are cheering for Danny Buck? How many Billy Pouch Jr. fans do we have? Anybody rooting for Ryan Krachin? 13 laps of side-by-side and 3 wide action for the lead. An instant classic here tonight, and you're watching it with us live or at home in your living rooms. Pete, green, white checker, we're going to settle this one in just a couple of seconds.
All right, pace truck is off. We're going to go back to green. It'll be green, white, and checkered. Danny Buck looks strong those last couple of laps. Here they come. Green is out. Final 2 laps. Pouch goes right back to the outside. Godown trying to get Buffalino. Can't make it stick. Cozy's right on Godown's back bumper. Pouch staying with Buck into 3 and 4. He'll hang it up on the outside, but Buck gets a great bite off the corner. Final time around. Buck on the inside. He's got about 3 car lengths on Pouch as they head down the back. Krachin holding on to 3rd. Go down side by side. It is Danny Buck off at turn 4. Buck will win his first of 2025 in exciting fashion over Billy Pouch, Ryan Krachin, Ryan Godown, and Dominic Buffalino.
So Pete Warman making his way down to victory lane. Folks, did you enjoy that modified feature? I can't wait to hear what Danny Buck has to say about that amazing 2 and 3 wide battle. Pete, have fun in victory lane.
What a race. Danny Buck already to victory lane. We'll make our way down there. As Buck will unstrap and take his time here. Catch his breath after that one. CNS equipment, Schneck's Carpentry, or Schenk's Carpentry, Buck engines, short load ready mix concrete,
Bank Car Care, or Tree Care, Bank Tree Care. My Place Smoked Meats, Napa Auto Parts, Picture Perfect Painting as Danny Buck gets out of the car. He can hear you. Let's hear it for tonight's modified feature winner, Danny Buck. Well, Dan, boy, that was a crowd pleaser. Boy, the crowd was on their feet numerous times there, and I don't think you were saving the car. You were just looking for the opening at the right time.
Yeah, I needed to make some bold moves there, and Ryan wasn't slipping up off the bottom, and Pouch had the top blocked, and we kind of set up for the bottom last week, and again this week, and this week it paid off.
Tell us about that move, boy. Did you just see a little bit of daylight there on the inside? Because there wasn't a lot. Ryan was staying pretty close, but that time he gave you just a little opening there.
Yeah, he just opened up his entry a little bit. I kind of stuck my nose in there. I know he's not happy with me, but man, we've had a tough year. We've been probably the fastest I've ever been in my whole career, and just nothing's panned out. Last week we started third, and go down draws the pole, and I just couldn't get him. So, but man, what a team effort this year. All my guys have been working really hard. Michael, Ken, Barry, all my crew guys, my mom, my dad, my wife. I have spent more time in the shop this year than any other time in my life, but it's paying off.
Well, you put yourself in a pretty good spot with the points. It's only 2 weeks in, but tell us about all the stuff behind the scenes. This car was fast, and once you got in front, you were kind of pulling away from him.
Yeah, I was hoping once I got clean air, that's why I pushed the issue with Ryan there. I knew I just had to get him so that, I kind of thought the top was going to go away, so I wasn't as worried about Pouch up there because he kind of looked like he was starting to back up to us a little bit. But, just one of them nights where it worked out. Last week we was kind of hoping for a little bit of a bottom and, just was hammering around the top all night, and it just never worked out for us. But this week it did.
Tell us who you want to thank.
Yeah, I can't thank Craig and Leslie Pondish enough. CNS Equipment, Short Load Dave. He's a major reason why we're running here full time this year. Last year I bounced around a little bit, but man, Short Load Dave. All my sponsors on this car: Man Miller Electric, Picture Perfect Painting. Sorry, I'm a little rusty at this. My Place Smoked Meats. He jumped on board this year. Napa Auto Parts Connection. Al. Skaggs Carpentry, Factory 51. Pete McDonald. There's a bunch of people. My dad builds a hell of an engine, man. This is our oldie, but it's a goldie. It's this thing never quits on us, man. It's a good piece.
Danny, congratulations. Keep your eye on Danny Buck this year. He's going to have something to say, looking for his second championship here at New Egypt Speedway. The 50-50 is $396, and Danny Buck is trying to make somebody very happy here. It's a white ticket. 072261. 072261. If you have this white ticket, bring it to the main office and see Chris here. I'm going to give it back to Chris. As they celebrate in victory, let's hear it one more time for Danny Buck.
Slowly pulling out. I'm going to go to my left. Oh, go to the main office.
So Pete Wortman making his way back up to the announcing tower. Looks like we have our 50-50 winner making his way down to the main office. Coming up next, our nightcap tonight, The Mid-Atlantic 305 Sprint Cars, 25 strong, set to take the green flag. We're going to start them all. Thank you to all the viewers watching. We had 1,000 people watching online, that instant classic here of a modified feature event. And folks at home, stick around. You don't want to miss the Wing Sprint Cars, the 305s, coming out next for their big 25-lap feature. And I believe Pete's back up in his chair, and he'll give you the lineup as they slowly start making their way onto the racing surface. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. All right, the DCB Plumbing and Heating number Mass 305 Sprint Cars feature event. And this is how they're going to line up. Remember, the top 4 in each heat got the draw for the first 12 starting spots in tonight's feature event. And the driver starting on the pole was a winner here last year. He is the current point leader. He's been in the top 5 in all 3 races that Mass has run this year. And I believe because he finished 4th in the 3rd heat, he would have been the last car to draw, which means he got the pole because it was the only thing left in the bucket. And he will start on the pole. That is the 44 of Dave Brown. Lining up alongside of him, driving the number 70 as one career win here. That is Eddie Wagner. He'll start outside the front row. 3rd starting spot, the 19A of Tim Ewell. And lining up alongside of him, 2-time defending champion, the 35 of Buddy Schweibens. Schweibens won the last time the 305s raced here. That was at the end of October of last fall. Kenny Lorino, who is on the front straightaway, first car out here, the number 36, will start 5th. And Lorino looked really strong with a couple of good moves in his heat race. He's out of Ivyland, Pennsylvania, and starting alongside of him, his cousin in the 19T, that is DJ Tanner. DJ Tanner in the 19T will start outside the 3rd row, 6th starting spot for Tanner. Mr. Twister, Mark Bittner, is in the 15. He will start 7th. Alongside of him, the 27K of Jeremy Kornbaugh. Robbie Stillwagon also looked very strong in his heat. He's in the 89. He will start in the 9th position. And alongside of him, winner here last summer in the 22, Troy Betts. That is his only win here at New Egypt. Looking to make it 2 tonight. He'll start back on row number 5. 11th starting spot, the winner the last time the Mass 305 Sprints raced, and that was last weekend at Delaware International. That's Kevin Darling in the 8-ball. He'll start 11th. And alongside of him in the WDB Construction, Hagenbottom Racing, number 24, is Jared Kreider. Jared Kreider in the 24. Rick Steef in the 9S will start 13th. Alongside of him from just up the road in Jackson, New Jersey is Aiden Borden in the PDS number 7. John Brenfleck from Ewing is in the 4B. He will start 15th. And alongside of him, the Lee's Emergency Equipment number 32 of Dale Eggert. Brian Carber, who also won here last year, is in the Carber Lawn Care number 8C. He'll start 17th. And alongside of him from Runnymede in the 51 is Shelby Kelly. Row number 10 inside the 16 of Jeff Paulson. That's the Frank Shocks number 16. And alongside of him, out of Warminster, Pennsylvania, driving the number 18, that is TNT, Timmy Tanner, Tim Tanner Jr. in the number 18. Rory Janney in the 88 will start 21st. Alongside of him will be Cody West in the red number 56. Darren Cox is in the Voorhees number 86 and will start 23rd. Then it'll be Andy Mahan in the number 7A, and starting 25th and last in the white number 56T, that is Andrew Turpin. Andrew Turpin in the 56T will start scratch, 25th starting spot. Cars all being pushed out here, and once we get them all up on the track, we will push them all off at once to get them running. While it's quiet and they're getting the cars up on the track, we will tell you that the Mid-Atlantic 305 Sprint Series is going to pay tribute to Walt Hagenbottom, and that is car owner Mike Hagenbottom's dad, who passed away last December. Walt, longtime racer and race supporter. And they will do the missing man formation during the pace lap, during the parade lap, in his honor, with Jared Kreider driving the Hagenbottom family number 24, who is Mike's nephew, I believe, is the driver, and he will lead the field during that missing man formation to pay tribute to Mr. Hagenbottom. And I also have been told that Jared is carrying a few of Walt's ashes in his pocket here tonight while racing to honor his memory. All right, Sprint's getting heat up in the motors, and we'll pace around till we get them all here, which I believe we may have them all now. Sure looks it. We got the pace truck on the track. As in sprint car, they'll heat the tires up a little bit, heat the motors up a little bit by getting in the throttle here a little bit as they move up through the field and catch back up to the pace truck. As we line them up here. Eddie Wagner and the Pioneer Pipe Contractors number 70. Dave Brown making his way through in the DCB Racing number 44. That's Tim Mule and Buddy Schweibens. And Kenny Lorino and DJ Tanner on the third row. Mark Bittner on that fourth row with the 27K of Jeremy Kornbaugh. Stillwagon and Betts will be on the fifth row. Field taking shape here. And Kreider will move down and pass the field, and he will pace the field in memory of Walt Hagenbottom with the family car. All right, folks, this is your wave lap as we pay tribute to Walt Hagenbottom, the Mass 305 sprinters, with the Hagenbottom family racing number 24 pacing the field. As you wave to them and they'll wave back at you. First event of the year of numerous for the Mid-Atlantic Sprint Series. They lost the first one to weather here on opening point night back on April 3rd. And Kreider dropping back to his starting position, which is 12th. "25 laps for the DCB Plumbing and Heating Mass 305 Sprint Cars, also sponsored by Capital Custom Trailers and Coaches. Race fans, it is time for the sprint cars to go racing here. Final feature of the night. As the Mass 305 sprint cars are ready, and they will go racing. And we are underway as the car is getting through 1 and 2 and down the back for the first time. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Dave Brown, the point leader on the inside, but it's Eddie Wagner sweeping around the outside and into the front to complete lap number 1. And Wagner breaks free from the field here as Schweibens moves to the inside. He's up from 4th to 2nd here in a lap and a half as he takes 2nd from Brown. Brown back in the 3rd spot. Wagner setting the pace. Ewell and Bittner the top 5 as Bittner has gotten by a couple of cars. Now DJ Tanner back by Bittner to move back into the top 5. Troy Betts is 7th in the 22. Down on the bottom in the 8th spot is the 36 of Kenny Lorino. Then it's Kornbaugh and the 24 of Kreider into the top 10 as he gets by Stillwagon in another car. Stillwagon working to get back under him, looking at making a 2-for-1 pass. Oh, but Stillwagon got in hot, got a little loose, and then spun sideways, and now he gets tagged by another sprinter in turn number 4, and the yellow lights are on. Boy, I was watching that, and Stillwagon had a head of steam on the bottom. He got one of the cars. He couldn't quite get the other one, and he was in so hot the car just got loose and got sideways there, and the car behind him had no place to go, and I think made slight contact with him, and that sent him the rest of the way around, and he was still only sideways, but he couldn't correct it, and then he got hit by another car, which I'm trying to see who that is over there. I think it's John Brenfleck in the 4B is the car that got into him. And he slid into him. He didn't hit him super hard. Hit him hard enough, but he threw it sideways, and that's how they sit over there. Bringing out the yellow with 4 laps complete. So they get him into single file here. Not sure the Mass rules on the restarts with single file and double file. They have this of course is series rules. Wrecker's over there clearing the track. Still wagon on the hook and being towed away. And they're hooking Brenfleck up now in the 4B. Well, looks like we stopped the cars because we got to tow this car from the back. They were picking it up from the front, but now they've changed and they're going to pick it up from the rear. And I think it was going to be difficult for the wrecker to make that move with the cars pacing around him. So we'll get him off, and then we'll push start all the sprinters and get them going again here. Also, I think with the change, it was going to take a little bit longer, and they didn't want to burn more fuel. They was pacing around. So 4 laps in, 21 to go. Red lights are on as they pick up John, and they quickly pick him up, and he's being towed off. So the track will be clear unless they're, see if there's anything else they got to do over here. That appears to be everything. So, four-wheelers all coming back out to push their respective sprint cars. That certainly does help to get things going quicker. All right, cars are all pushed off again except for 1 or 2, and they're getting behind them right now. One car didn't have a four-wheeler there, and after pushing somebody up, another four-wheeler grabbing him. A wrecker grabbing the 8C of Brian Carber and pushing him away, and I believe that's all of them as they'll get him back in position here. Eddie Wagner is your leader in the 70-35. Buddy Schweibens is second. Then it's Dave Brown in the 44. The 19A of Tim Mule and the 19T of DJ Tanner. Outside the top five, Mark Bittner in the 15 running 6. Troy Betts 7th in the 22, 8th the 36 of Kenny Lorino. And they are double file restarts as they double them up. Eddie Wagner, the leader, has lane choice. He takes the outside of the front row. Tim Tanner Jr. is up to 10th in the 18. He started 20th. Well, hold on here. The lights are out, but we got cars moving around. Kenny Lorino is one of them. Troy Betts is another one. They're not in position. Sure what happened there unless they wanted to. There's debris or something on the track. Maybe they were trying to tell them about, but yellow staying out. Cars were on row 4, and both of them darted to the inside. Kenny Lorino passed everybody. Betts passed 1 or 2. They're back in their row 4 now. Lights are out. We're going to go green. Pace truck pull on the back to get him, but when the lights went out, he pulls back into the infield. All right. 2 by 2. Up to Eddie Wagner. He's on the outside of the front row. Is your leader in the 70. Here they come. Schweibens and Wagner drag racing into one. Schweibens was a little bit faster to 1, but here comes Wagner around the outside. They are side by side, absolutely even going into turn number 3. Wagner on the outside. Schweibens is matching him, and Schweibens slides up in front of him for the lead. Tim Tanner has picked up a couple of more spots. He is up to 8th now from the 20th position. And on the move, Schweibens your leader over Wagner, and DJ Tanner is out of the race in the 19T while running in 4th. He pulls into the infield and out of the event. Tim Mule runs in the 3rd spot. Dave Brown is 4th, Bittner 5th, Betts, and then Tanner. That's Tim Tanner Jr. Brian Carber coming from the back as well. He is working around cars and working on Paulson there for 10th. Make it for 9th. Schweibens and Wagner. Yule reeling in Wagner now as Schweibens checking out. Schweibens, who has 5 career wins here in the last couple of years, looking to make it 2 in a row as he won here back in October. Schweibens is one of those drivers who just was fast here in New Egypt from the get-go, right out of the box first time he was here. And he has proven this is like one of his favorite tracks. He really works well here. I mean, he's fast everywhere they go. But there's something about New Egypt. He is never not near the top. As he gets around a couple of lap cars now and has a 3/4 of a straightaway lead over Eddie Wagner in the 70. Yule third, Dave Brown is fourth, Bittner is still fifth with Betts, Tanner. I believe Kornbaugh is next. It'll be halfway the next time by. Halfway on Buddy Schweibens. Schweibens into some heavier lap traffic now. 3 cars right in front of him. Shelby Kelly, Darren Cox, and Rory Janney. And the yellow lights are on. We got a car slow in turn 2. Now moving again. Oh, he did a 360, and that might be Turpin. See the car coming around here. It's this white car, and it is. It's the 56T of Andrew Turpin, and that white number 56. 360 over in turn 2, and he was able to keep going, but yellow lights came out. I think we got lap 13 in the books. $13 down, 12 to go. The cone is going to be put out. Got to get around the cone. Single file. Once they go to single file, and I guess the rule is halfway, and we are halfway. So single file restarts after halfway for the mass. Got a car stopped on the outside of the back straightaway. It is directly behind that Sunoco sign from my viewpoint. So for me, I'm going to have to wait till they push it out of there to see who it is. Here we go. And that's Shelby Kelly in the 51 who stopped. I don't know if she stopped under yellow or if that was another car that stopped, bringing out the yellow at the same time. Feel like it happened under yellow, but. And now she's in the middle of the track. I think they're waiting for the field to go by. I think she wants to go in the pit. But we'll see in a minute, won't we? All right. They're pushing her again. Yep, she is steering towards the pit gate. All right, track is clear. The pace truck is off. Push trucks are back in the infield. Lights are off, and Buddy Schweibens will bring them back to green for the second half of the race. 13 down, 12 to go. We are green as they make it around the cone. Single file. Schweibens leading down the back over Eddie Wagner. Dave Brown trying to work on Tim Yule. Yule holding him off for the third spot as they come down the front. Bittner, Betts, then Tanner and Paulson are side by side. Paulson trying to get back underneath him. Tanner on the outside of Betts now. You know, a good 3-car battle going there. All Schweibens as he just pulls away again, half a straightaway over the 70 of Eddie Wagner. Dave Brown is third. Fourth behind Yule. Bittner fifth. Paulson is up to sixth now in the 16. Tanner back to seventh as he gets by Betts. Betts is eighth. Carber is ninth. And Kenny Lorino back into the top 10, the 36. Schweibens approaching lap traffic already. 3/4 of a straightaway ahead of Eddie Wagner. Boy, he wasted no time getting back to the same size lead. Schweibens is on a rail. He's a straightaway ahead on the front straightaway. He is pulling away at will. Wagner at the exit, and that's a full straightaway now for Schweibens. Got a couple of cars into the infield there, and I can't see who they are. A cloud of dust and a hi-ho silver in the infield there as Schweibens working on lap traffic in pretty heavy lap traffic, and we got a car stopping on the high side of turn 4. Actually, I think he kept going. I think it's Turpin. He's over in turn 1 now. I think he kept going. He pulled up like he was going to stop or go out that gate over there. But I think he came around on the very high side, and he's still moving on the backstretch, and it looks like he's headed to the pit area if he makes it. Well, he stayed out. He didn't go in the pits. So Schweibens on that last single file restart on lap with 13 complete in 6 laps, actually 5 laps, built a full straightaway lead before hitting lap traffic. And that is all he raced here with 6 laps to go as we go under yellow once again. The cone is placed back out there. Wagner still second. Yule is third. Dave Brown fourth. Jeff Paulson now is up to fifth. He's come from outside the top 10 on that last restart, or right around 10th. Paulson started 19th on the same row with Tim Tanner Jr. Tanner was up to 7th. Paulson was still only around 10th or 11th. Now Paulson is 6th. And Tanner is still 7th. Carber 8th, Betts 9th, Kenny Lorino 10th, Jared Kreider and Rick Steef run 11th and 12th. Aiden Borden is 13th. Rory Janney is 14th. And then Darren Cox and Andy Mahan. All right, here they come. 6 laps to go, 6 to go. Some battles going on. Paulson is just hooked up. Now he's under Dave Brown and into the top 5. Jeff Paulson in the 16 is on the move on the inside. 5 to go. Schweibens opens up 10 car lengths the first time around here after the restart. And Paulson, it's Schweibens, Wagner, and Yule. Paulson is to 4th. Tim Tanner now going by Dave Brown. Brown holding him off. They're side by side for 5th. Tanner will get him on the backstretch. Carber is behind Dave Brown in 7th. Kreider is up to 8th. Betts is 9th. Rick Steef in the top 10. Schweibens leads them down the back. As he slides through 3 and 4 and down the front. 2 laps to go for Buddy Schweibens. Full straightaway lead in just 4 laps. Yule got 2 wheels under Wagner. Wagner pulls him off the corner and opens up about 8 car lengths on him going down the backstretch. White flag is displayed for Buddy Schweiben's final time around. Schweiben's coming up the lap. Andy Mahan down the back. Schweibens goes to the outside, follows the lap car in. He'll sit it down on the bottom. He'll get a bite, pass him, and take the checkered Buddy Schweiben's 6th career win here at New Egypt. Eddie Wagner second, Tim Yule is third, then it's Jeff Paulson and Tim Tanner Jr., who both started on row number 10. So in for the win is Buddy Schweibens, his 6th win. His first one came back in September of 2022. So in 2.5 years, he has 6 wins now. That is his 2nd in a row because he won here last October at the season conclusion event. Finishing 2nd was the 70 of Eddie Wagner. Tim Yule in the 19A was 3rd. And then the 2 cars that started on row number 10 finished 4th and 5th. And that was the 16 of Jeff Paulson and the 18 of Tim Tanner Jr. And I believe Nick Leach is in victory lane to do victory lane for the sprint cars.
Some things never change, Pete. Thank you. Wait for Buddy Schweibens down here. First time to victory lane. Talked to him after the heat race, Pete, and he said he hoped the track changed a little bit. It changed for the better for him because he was lightning fast getting around here. And he's no stranger to going fast here at New Egypt Speedway, so we'll talk to him real quick when he gets out of the car.
Buddy on the scale now and coming across in the four-wheeler, bringing him to victory lane. Nick, I don't think I can remember a time when Buddy Schweibens has not been fast here since the first time he saw this track.
He's always been fast here, Pete. He's just, I don't know, he likes New Egypt, and they like coming here, and as you can see, he likes getting the victory lane, and he don't have no problem getting here. I'll get him to smile. There he goes, up on top, Buddy Schweibens. Let him hear it, gang. Take off his helmet. They check the air pressure. We get him around here to talk to him. Surprise, surprise, my friend. See, he smiled, Harry. Did you catch that? Smile. We talked to him after the heat race, and he said, oh, well, I hope they do a little bit of changing. I don't think it would have mattered as fast as you were. You were getting around here pretty good, bud.
Yeah, it was pretty slick in the heat race. I was hoping they were going to do something with it because I think if they didn't, it probably would have took rubber. It kind of was there at the end, but I think they turned the track around really good, and I think that track was pretty good. I mean, you could pretty much run just about wherever you wanted if you had a good enough car, especially in clean air. So
you've won a lot of races here. You've gotten really fast here. You guys like coming to New Egypt, and we like having you guys here. Buddy, what's your trick to getting around here so fast? I mean, you've won a lot of races here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not at first when I first started coming. I used to hate this place because it was so tricky. But once you get your car pretty good and figure out how to drive around it, there's a pretty common New Egypt line that you see the modified guys run, us run, and once you get that down, it's a good place.
Oh, you got it down, and you're in the right place right here in Victory Lane. We appreciate you guys coming. We can't wait till you come back. Good job, bud.
Thank you so much.
Got some sponsors?
Yeah, I do. I would like to thank my dad, Jeff, Mom, Summer for doing all my pictures, Allie, my little sister Charlie, and then we got BAMF LED, Gartens, ERD's Masonry, Bill Farm, South Jersey Mobile Repair, RCTU, ABS Electrical, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, and just everyone else that helps us get here every week.
All right, Mother's Day tomorrow. What are we doing for Mom?
Hopefully win another race at Bridgeport.
There you go, Buddy Schweibens. Let him hear it, gang. He gets it done.
And for Buddy Schweibens, his 6th career win here at New Egypt in a very short amount of time. That ties Brian Carber for 4th on our all-time win list. He is only 1 behind the 3rd place driver on that list, who is Kyle Reinhardt, when he ran 3:05 sprints. Mark Bittner has 9. He, of course, was racing here tonight. And Mike Hagenbottom is our all-time winningest 3:05 sprint driver with 11. Well, race fans, we want to thank you for coming out. Buddy Schweibens getting his picture taken. We want to thank everybody on YouTube for tuning in. We want to remind you to hit that subscribe button before you log off here today from this event. And we'll see you back here next Saturday night. Next Saturday night is Fan Appreciation Night. Just $10 to get in. The SCDRA 4 cylinders. The traveling group expecting over 40 cars. Will pay $2,500 to win. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman will join them on the card along with the XDP Street Stocks and the Fastline Performance Rookies. That is 1 week from tonight, next Saturday night. 2 weeks from tonight is Memorial Day weekend. It'll be the Military Appreciation Night, modified Swaggery, the Crate Sportsman, the 4 cylinders, the Fastline Performance Rookies, and the military will get in for $5 with their ID. And Saturday, May 31st, is Scout Night. So we ask you to be sure and tune in and plan on coming out and seeing this action. If you like what you saw, it's even better in person. Be sure and check us out and come on out to the Speedway. We are in action every Saturday night. Until next Saturday, I'm Pistol Pete Wortman for my partner Jim Murdoch and Nick Leach and the rest, Chris Moore and the rest of the New Egypt Speedway officials and family here. We'll see you next Saturday night. Have a great work week, and we'll see you back here next Saturday.